Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock Central European time. So let's get started on the second day of EMNES Annual Conference 2021. And our first academic session is entitled Structure Reforms, Regional Integration and Capital Development. Actually, we have 15 minutes for the author's presentation, 10 minutes for the discussant, 5 minutes for the author to reply to the discussant, and 5 minutes for questions from other participants. The authors of the first paper are Muhammad Ali Mariwani, University of Paris-Sorbonne, and Jala Imad Youssef, University of Paris-Sorbonne and Cairo University, and Shahir Zaki, Faculty of Economics and Political Science, ERF and EMNES. The title of this paper is Macro Policies versus Structure Reforms, which ones matter for structure change in the MENA region? So kindly, Jala, start your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marwa, for the introduction. Just put it in full mode. You can see my screen, right? Okay, so good evening, everyone. So first of all, on behalf of my co-authors, Professor Muhammad Ali Marwani and Professor Shahir Zaki, we really wanted to thank the EMNES team for the conference organization. We also wanted to thank Dr. Yeganeh for her comments in advance that I'm sure we will benefit from. So to motivate our work, I just want to start with the definition of structural change. So it can be defined as moving resources from the traditional low productive activities into the modern and more productive ones. So in fact, there is a consensus between academia and development practitioners that growth without structural change can be a bit insufficient and may not necessarily lead to economic development. But the critical question would be really to understand the reasons behind the lack of structural change in developing countries in general and in particular for the MENA region. We've said that there is an agreement that structural change matters for developing countries. However, there is sort of a little agreement on what would constitute an appropriate set of policies that would be conducive for structural change. So do we only need macro stabilization policies or we also need structural policies? So of course, macroeconomic stability is a prerequisite for economic growth. However, this conventional objective of macro stability can be insufficient to induce structural change. We think it's important to consider the different approaches of structural reforms, the Washington consensus or the liberalization approach in contrast to the public policies approach. The Washington consensus approach really rejected all type of public policies or state intervention. However, I think that this Washington consensus is not the only way to achieve structural change, since we have the very successful experiences of East Asian countries that adopted policies with significant departure from this approach. While analyzing structural policies, we also think that we need to differentiate between their impact over the short run in contrast to the long run. Because over the long run, we know that they are going to be useful, they improve productivity, growth, and everything. However, over the short run, uncertainty on their impact because they are very costly to implement, they take time to materialize, and they really depend on the institutional context in every country. We think the MENA region is interesting to focus at for several reasons, because several countries in the region enjoyed high growth rate prior to the uprisings, but their speed of income convergence was relatively modest. We also know from the literature that there is a sort of a lack of structural change in the region towards the more diversified and productive activities. So against this backdrop, our main objective in this paper is to analyze the drivers of structural change while doing this contrast between structural policies and macro policies in developing countries in general, with some focus on MENA region. So our contribution is that we look at structural policies from different approaches over the short run compared to the long run. We measure structural change with different ways. And we also, instead of looking at different policies, we also look at the particular IMF policies and their impact on structural change. That's the outline of my presentation. I don't want to be spending too much time on the literature, but just a very quick thought. I think it's very interesting how the structural change emerged, because we were having the Kuznets facts that is telling us that economic growth is going to go hand in hand with some shifts in the sectoral structure of value added and employment, for example. And in contrast, we were having the very well evidenced also Kaldor facts that is telling us no, on the aggregate level, everything is going to be balanced. So I think the challenge in this literature was really to reconcile the Kuznets facts, and our paper is really close in spirit with the empirical literature that analyzes the determinants of structural change on cross-countries level. However, we don't see in this literature this emphasis on the idea of policy determinants. Let me skip the rest. So for the data we're having, we account for a group of around 150 low and middle income period 1990 to 2019. We're having two big building blocks of data in this paper. So let me start first with the structure. Measure it using two different ways. So first of all, the productivity growth decomposition, the very famous a la Roderick. So just to give you an idea on the rationale behind equation one. So the first term is the within productivity growth. So in fact, labor productivity growth can be achieved through one of two ways. So it's either that productivity grows within the sector, and that's the first term, or the labor can move from the least productive sectors to the most productive sectors, and that's the second term, our famous structural change. So this actually requires sectoral data that we compile. And we also measure structural change using an exports diversification index. So what's the idea behind it? What's the link between exports diversification and structural change? So the idea is that if I'm having a balanced domestic production structure, this will get reflected on a more diversified export structure. The second building block is the data on policies. I would have loved to spend some time to explain, but we really don't have time for this. But just to give you an idea, structural policies are in general very difficult to quantify. But the logic that we were having is that we wanted, as much as the data allows us, to account for this idea of contrast between liberalization versus public policies. We account for policies in 6 areas: trade, competition policy, labor, financial policy, institutions, and public policies. For the macro policies, we look at them in 3 different ways: the tools, the outcomes, and the institutions. And we think that institutions are the most interesting for us, or are going to have the most significant impact over the long run. And I'll talk about this in details later. And instead of looking at all these policies, we also look at the IMF policies. So that's why we construct an index for the IMF policies. And we have some classic macro controls from classic data sets. So nothing really creative with the controls. For the stylized facts, I wanted to spend time to give you a flavor of the data, but I'm skipping to save time. Let me go directly to the econometrics specification. So I'm going to actually explain it in 3 steps. So first of all, we have a baseline specification. Then we have a bit of a more sophisticated methodology that we think is actually more tailored to our research question. And then we have the robustness chain. So for the baseline, we study the determinants of structural change, as I said, in low and middle income countries. So we estimate a very basic fixed effect panel regression using equation 2. So the dependent is the structural change resulting from the productivity growth decomposition or the exports diversification index, as I explained. And we have a set of classic controls as per the literature. And we actually account for the different policies, and each and every policy is going to be accounted for in a separate specification Why is that? We follow the existing literature on structural policies that does the same thing. And also we think that these policies are going to be highly collinear. So if we account for them in the same specification, we cannot really disentangle the impact of each and every policy separately. Then we wanted to introduce some dynamic effects into our standard panel model. So that's why we're employing the Arellano-Bond dynamic panel. I'm sure I don't have to spend some time on the details. I'm sure you're all aware of this. But still, we think that the fixed effect and the dynamic panel are a bit insufficient. So we have to do a more sophisticated methodology, which is the dynamic heterogeneous panel, because we think the traditional static panel, it does not capture for the dynamic structure of our data. And with Dr. Shahir and Dr. Marwani, we were thinking that the advantage of the dynamic heterogeneous panel is really this idea of convergence towards the long-run equilibrium that does not exist in an Arellano-Bond estimator, for example. So here we have the dynamic heterogeneous panel methodology that is going to allow us to study the long-run and the short-run effects of policies on structure and change. So we're going to have equation 4. We begin by analyzing all low and middle income countries together. Then we have separate specification for MENA, explanatory variables as the baseline. We have a set of classic controls. Then we take the policies separately in different specifications. Equation 4 can be actually estimated by 3 alternative estimators: the mean group, pooled mean group, and dynamics fixed effects. So it's as if we're having 2 extremes, and the pooled mean group is going to be the middle solution. How is that? The mean group, it allows the short-run coefficients and the long-run coefficients to be country-specific or heterogeneous. The dynamic fixed effects, it only allow intercepts to be country-specific, whereas the pooled mean group that is really tailored to our research question, it allows the short-run coefficients to be heterogeneous, whereas the long-run coefficient is homogeneous. And this, in fact, corresponds to what I said in the beginning, that over the long run, we think these policies are going to be useful, so it's a homogeneous effect, whereas over the short run, the story is very country-specific. Another advantage of this methodology is the fact that it can provide consistent estimators, consistent coefficients, despite endogeneity. For the robustness check, we do 3 main things. So I said that, okay, the dynamic heterogeneous panel, it can control for the endogeneity, but we still think that we have to do an instrumental variable strategy. This is still a work in progress, but let me just give you an idea on the rationale. So we think that economic reforms, they are going to diffuse across countries with economic ties as a result of a process of learning or imitation. So for example, if my trading partner is doing well on a certain policy, I'm going to try to imitate him. The second robustness check is that we change the dependent. So instead of looking at structural change, we look at the trend component of the GDP growth and the CFP. And finally, we change the independent variables. So instead of looking at separate policies, we look at the IMF policies in particular, given the importance of that these loans play in developing countries. So for the empirical findings, I'll give you a very quick idea on the baseline results, then the results of structural policies, then the results of macro policies. So just to give you a very quick overview on the main determinants of structural change. So for example, human capital and physical capital, these are very well evidenced in the literature that they can improve structural change. Agriculture employment share, it has a positive effect because the more you have a large share in agriculture, the more you have the potential to benefit from the reallocation. Exchange rate misalignment, this is an overvaluation index, so it has a negative impact because an overvalued currency is going to really squeeze the tradable sectors. GDP per capita, that's a positive impact. And this is in line with the theoretical literature that suggests that income effect has a positive impact on structural change. The mining value added has a negative effect because if a country is rich in natural resources, it doesn't have an incentive to diversify. Then we have the policy. Sorry. Yes.
Jal, sorry to interrupt you, but you have only 2 minutes in order to finish your presentation.
Sure, sure.
Yes.
I'll go through the results very quick. So I'm going to skip this, but just to show you that we account for each and every policy separately. These are the baseline. So for the Arellano bond, I think the results look quite satisfactory because the coefficient of the lagged structural change is positive and significant. And the test of autocorrelation looks also good. Let me skip this. So yeah, for the structural policies results, I think that the cross-cutting interesting finding is that structural policies have a positive and significant effect over the long run as per the pooled mean group estimator as expected. Let me show you some of the results very quickly. So for example, for the trade policy, this is an interesting finding because if we look at trade policy from an interventionist perspective, like the export promotion or the export subsidies, they improve structural change over the long run. This is an interesting finding because these policies are usually very debatable. If we look at it from the liberalization approach, let me remind you that the exports diversification, it's as if it's a concentration index. So the higher it is, the worse is the diversification. So, I mean, the policy can improve structural change by reducing this index. So that's why when analyzing, we have to take care of the signs. So here, this is a very interesting result because the WTO membership in itself actually reduces diversification, whereas the enforceability of trade agreements, it improves the diversification or structural change. And this, in fact, suggests that being just a member in WTO, this is insufficient. And what really matters is how you enforce your trade agreements. Let me skip these. So same for financial policy that we think is really important for structural change, and it improves it over the long run. Let me also skip this. Yeah, for the macro policies, the interesting result is that the macro policies from the institutional perspective, I mean the fiscal rules, for example, central bank independence, central bank transparency, they improve structural change over the long run. But I just want to mention that for these policies to be successful, to drive structural change, they have to be coupled, of course, with relevant structural policies. I'm skipping to save time. So for the robustness check, when we've changed the dependent variable and we have the CFP and the trend component of GDP growth, results remain consistent. For the MANA specific results, also they are consistent with the baseline findings. When we've changed the independent variables and we've looked at the IMF policies in particular, we have like sub indices for the different IMF policies, so fiscal, monetary, real sector, trade. And we have a very interesting result that the real sector reforms and the trade reforms, they improve structural change, whereas the fiscal and monetary, they don't improve it. So yeah, to conclude, so this paper basically aimed at analyzing the policy determinants of structural change in developing countries. Our main findings show that structural policies in different areas, they improve structural change over the long run, but they sometimes have an insignificant effect over the short run. Macro policies from an institutional perspective matter for structural change, and our findings remain robust for the other dependent variables. And findings of the IMF policies are also consistent with our baseline results. From a policy perspective, very quickly, the COVID pandemic is hitting while the region is still suffering from long-standing structural challenges. So to ensure a recovery post-COVID, I think adequate macro policies are needed to respond to the short-term related challenges. However, policymakers need to ensure that structural change and long-run sustainable growth are not being sacrificed. This is, of course, easier being said than done, but it's fine. The more structural policies are developed, the more the recovery from this pandemic can be stronger, faster, and more resilient. And on this, I just also wanted to mention that this paper is really still work in progress, so we still have a lot to do, and what I presented today is just the very first draft or set of results. And thank you for your attention.
Read and discuss this very interesting and amazing paper. Without further ado, I have only 10 minutes left, so I move forward with the discussion. So the main goals of this paper, as mentioned by Jala right now, it was to analyze the linkage between structural change and macroeconomic stabilization versus structural policies in developing countries, and a particular focus was dedicated to MENA region. And the main findings was that structural reforms improve structural change in the long run. Also, this effect is insignificant in the short run, and the structural macroeconomic policies matter for structural change on the long run. So this is the main finding of the paper. So the data was used was on 152 countries, low and middle income countries, over the period of 1919 to 2019. So 30 years almost. And the methodology is used is the dynamic heterogeneous panel regression, as mentioned by Jala, using the autoregressive distribution and having the lagged variables. So the main strong points of the paper is that the subject is very interesting. I mean, looking at the structural change, what defines it is very ambitious, because it tackles a very wide range of data and domains, every economic aspect basically at the macro level. So trade, we have trade, competition, productivity reform, fiscal policies, agriculture, there are many information and data in the paper. And also the choice of the model and its advantages compared to other methods in the literature is very well explained. I mean, it's a very solid methodology, very convincing when you go through all of the pros and cons and where the model stands within the literature. You have done a number of robustness checks using IV and independent. And this is very interesting to see this number of robustness checks as well. And the work you have done is pretty impressive in terms of bringing together so many indices and so many data from different macro aspects of different countries. So it was pretty interesting to go over the data, all of the figures you have provided, and it was, and I congratulate you on this amazing work. But I find some points require probably some further clarifications. For instance, some concepts they're just mentioned over there without even, if you can have a small definition or some sort of explanation for them, at least in a footnote, for instance, about the structural rigidities or Washington consensus. I mean, because there are different aspects, so it was very broad, as you mentioned, like, okay, every movement in terms of liberalization, but probably you can go more into detail and say this by that, having a list of different policies within in line with the Washington consensus. Or you have used a lot of indexes and indices. So now I saw that in your presentation you had a table, it was table 2.2 on data and 2.3. I think if you add those tables within the presentation, it makes the reader, it helps the reader to follow carefully and understand well, because at some points we are lost in so many different measures of all of those macroeconomic concepts, such as openness, trade, and exports, everything. There is a concept of competition laws adoption and also competition policy that was not so clear to me. And also the index that measures enforceability, which varies between 0, 1, and 2. I find it hard to understand. Probably those require further clarification. And also, I think you need to put some effort, at least in the introduction, to say, why do you focus on MENA region? What is the specific feature in the region that pushes to take a deeper look at the region? So that that was not explained in the paper why we have a focus on MENA. As I said, okay, we have many different collection of different indexes available in the literature. But in some figures, they are up to 2014 in the figures, and we don't. But in the econometric analysis, you said the data is up to 2019. So, so the timeline of all of the variables is not very clear. And I have a few suggestions for improvement. Probably, as I said, I very much like the paper, and it's an amazing work. I really congratulate you on that. So, but nevertheless, I make some suggestions because as a discussant, I'm here for that. So you discussed the impact of COVID in several different places in the paper. And it is very interesting to have that. But I think you can also add a part on the impact of the pandemic on the future fiscal reforms, because that's one of the aspects that matter for the structural changes and all of the, because you're talking, your focus is on the impact of reforms on structural change. So I think in the future, we are going to have a lot of such reforms, because many of governments are maybe indebted because of the pandemic. So probably a little focus on that as well would be nice. There is no econometric analysis on the MENA region specifically. I think what I saw on MENA is mostly on different figures and data presentation, but I couldn't find it in the econometric model, like one regression specifically dedicated for MENA region. And also the paper is a bit too long. It's for 56 pages, and probably I know you've gathered a lot of very interesting information, and it's very hard and challenging to summarize, but I think, I'm afraid, in order to publish, you have to make it a bit shorter. And also, in terms of the agricultural productivity, I think it's worth to take a look into account in terms of the subsidies supported to the agricultural sector. So this is a figure I took from OECD database, and for some of the countries we have available, the support that is provided for the agricultural sector in developed countries is pretty high. In Norway and northern countries, northern European countries, it reached even 60%. So I think in that sense, when we look at the productivity of the agriculture sector, we may have an overestimation if we don't take into account of these subsidies, because they are significant in terms of size, at least in developed countries, in some developed countries. Also, when we discuss about the trade level and even trade policy in the MENA region, it's maybe useful to take into account of non-oil exports, because this level is mostly affected by oil prices, And but all of the arguments you've made on trade agreements, and that in the MENA region we don't have as many trade agreements as other regions is pretty solid and valid. I have also a suggestion regarding this figure 14 about the number of structural reforms. As you mentioned, also the number of reforms in each region is not comparable because we have different numbers of countries. So I would suggest to change this figure, and instead of using the number of reforms, using the average number of reforms per country in each region. So then the numbers would be more comparable. So that's it. I'm afraid I didn't move too fast. I wanted to respect the time.
No, this is
thank
great.
You. And thank you very much. Yes, it was an amazing paper to read.
Thank you very much for sticking to the time. Mm-hmm. And then, Jala, you have 5 minutes in order to respond to Yagini.
Yes. Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Yagini. That's very, very useful. And I basically agree with all what you've said. So that's very, very useful to us. I'll go very, very quickly through some of the points that you've mentioned, and maybe also if Dr. Shahir would like to come in as well. I agree with you that there are a lot of concepts that still need some clarification, and the indices, we basically started preparing a table like this and we couldn't add it to the paper to respect the deadline. So I totally agree. This was on my mind. For the Enforceability Index that you've mentioned, we have a great synchronization today that Dr. Shahir is going to talk about it in details in his next presentation. So, but maybe you're right, maybe we need to clarify it further. It wasn't really clear. For the MENA results, we basically summarized them in one table, but actually we have like separate specifications and detailed specification as we've done for all low and middle income countries, but we've summarized it in one table, but maybe this wasn't clear enough. So we have to maybe clarify it further and motivate maybe the focus on MENA. I agree that the paper is really wrong and we have to sacrifice a lot of the material. It's very, very interesting, the index that you've mentioned, Dr. Yagini, and I would be very grateful if you can send it to us. And I hope that's available for the developing countries. If that's the case, that would be great. And that's really relevant to what we do. And for the rest, yeah, everything is well taken, and that's very, very useful for us. And thank you so much for the encouragement and the positive feedback. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the great job. Yes, and for the index is from OECD. I can share the link with you and the presentation. I don't know if it was available for all of the countries, but I saw Vietnam and some developing countries. So.
Okay, great. And if you can please share the slides where you have your comments, that would be also very useful for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jala. And now we have extra 5 minutes for questions from other participants. So if you have any question, kindly write on the chat box. If you have any questions, you can write on the chat. So if not, we should move now to the second paper in our session. The title of the second paper is, Does the Depth of Trade Agreements Matter for Trade in Services? Evidence from the MENA region. And actually we have 3 authors for this paper. Amélie Golan from University of Paris-Est Créteil, and Isabelle Rabot from University of Orlando, and Shahir Zaki, Faculty of Economics and Political Science, ERF and EMNES. And now, please go ahead, Dr. Shahir, to present your paper.
Here, sorry, you are mute.
Sorry. So thank you, Dr. Marwa, for the introduction. I'm very happy to present this paper co-authored with Amélie and Isabelle. It's still, we're presenting a preliminary version of the paper because we're still working on the empirics. So we're looking forward very much for your feedback. So the basic idea of this paper is to examine to what extent the literature that distinguishes between shallow agreements and deep trade agreements affect the flows of trade, with a special focus on trade and services. So in recent years, we have seen that we've seen a proliferation of some deep agreements that go just beyond tariff liberalization and tariff reduction, given the fact that, I mean, if we are to define the difference between shallow agreements and deep agreements, in general, shallow agreements, they just focus on tariff removal, while deep agreements address issues that go beyond that, either by including non-tariff measures or by focusing on trade and services or investment provisions, for instance. So that's why we're interested to focus on that. From an economic perspective, why does this matter? Because at the multilateral level, if we look at the world level, I mean, recently you have seen to what extent we had several waves of protectionism that range from the de facto failure of the Doha development round, then with the Brexit, the US trade war, and then with the COVID pandemic, several countries imposed also some protectionist measures. So at the multilateral level, we can say that in general, multilateral agreements will not really help in promoting or in increasing trade flow. So that's why in this case, regional agreement might be the alternative, but not any regional agreement, but especially deep regional trade agreements. And that's, for instance, what was highlighted by Evenet and Baldwin in their paper of 2020. That's, I mean, at the first point. The second point pertains to the role of the service sector in the manufacturing sector, because with the specification of the manufacturing sector, we have recently noted that the manufacturing sector relies more and more on services, and which means that the more services are liberalized or the less they are regulated, the more we'll be able to provide services of better quality, and this can affect the competitiveness of manufactured products. Third, why we focus on the MENA region, which is an example of emerging economies, because most of the emerging economies, despite the fact that they have a comparative advantage in services, their service sector suffer from several regulation and protection measures, so that which affects their efficiency and their competitiveness at the external level. So what we do, we use the newly released data set of ITPD on bilateral services that was developed by Borchert et al. In 2021, and we merged this with the data set of the World Bank deep trade agreements that was also recently launched, in order to examine the effect of deep trade agreements on the flows of services. In this paper, we divide our provisions that are included in the agreements into two main groups, and we adopt the same, the provisions that are included in the data set. So on the one hand, we focus on the general provisions that might improve institutions in general, because we know that services are sensitive to the quality of institutions. And on the second hand, we focus on provisions that are strictly related to services like GATS, like TRIMS, TRIPS, and so on. And a third point, we also control for the quality of institutions, because as I mentioned before, services are highly dependent on the quality of institutions when it comes to the rules, the rule of law, the regulatory quality, for instance, in general, because the better the institutions, the stronger the effect of such agreements on trade flows. And we focus on the Middle East and North Africa region, given the fact that this region has signed a lot of trade agreements, but despite that, on the one hand, its service sector is still very restrictive, and most of their agreements are rather shallow. So what we find in the paper, we show that in general only deep trade agreements, they raise trade and services, and at the sectoral level, this effect mainly holds for three sectors, especially, that are finance, telecommunication, and business services, which are heavily used in the manufacturing sector. And third, we showed also that the quality of institutions matters for trade and services. So the data we use, the data set provides the export flows for 243 countries between 2000 and 2015, with 7 services sectors that are transport, travel, insurance, and finance, charges for the use of intellectual property, telecommunication, computer and information, and finally other business services. That's the source for the trade variable. For the trade agreements variable, as I said, we rely on the World Bank data set. It's a very comprehensive data set that maps 52 provisions in different preferential trade agreements, and those provisions are divided into 2 groups. So the first group that we call, that is called in the paper and in the data set WTO-X and WTO+. So WTO+ in general includes all the provisions that are included in WTO Agreement Plus, like trade facilitation or other or non-tariff measures, for instance, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, technical barriers to trade, and so on. And WTO-X are provisions that are not strictly related to the WTO mandate, like transparency, corruption, competition policies, and so on. And for all these provisions, they are coded through 3 main values. 0 if the provision is not included in the agreement itself. 1 if it's included or if it's mentioned, legally enforceable, but it's excluded from the dispute settlement provision, which makes it less enforceable. And the third value, which is 2, when the provision is mentioned in the agreement and fully legally enforceable. So just to have a flavor of the data set, in general, the average number of agreements between partners is 7 agreements, and we're going to examine also to some extent to what extent we have the spaghetti ball hypothesis that is verified, meaning that the more we sign some agreements, the less the effect of the agreements on trade flows. And another important point is that if we look, for instance, at the distribution of RTA number, as I said, by country pair, so here we have the distribution is very skewed to the left, where we have especially in general, as you can see here, most of our sampling, we have just 1 agreement, which is 62% of our sample. Then 27% of the sample have 2 agreements, and a very minor share of our data set, they sign up to 7 agreements, as I said. When it comes to
Shahir,
yes,
excuse me, you have 3 minutes in order to finish your presentation. I'm sorry.
Okay.
3 minutes.
Sure.
Yes.
So to measure depth, we rely on 3 indices. The first index, takes the value of 1 if a country pair signs an agreement that contains a higher number of legally enforceable items than the average number of provisions. The second measure of depth that we use compares the number of legally enforceable provisions compared to, as a share of the total number of provisions legally enforceable and non-legally enforceable. And the third measure compares the share of legally enforceable provisions to the maximum number of items that are included in the agreement. So as you can see, the MENA region is one of the most restrictive regions. We use a very classical gravity model with the Poisson pseudo-maximum likelihood estimator in order to take into consideration the zero trade flows and to address the issue of heteroscedasticity. So I will show you the results quickly. So as you can see here, the coefficients of interest for us are the deep, the depth 1, 2, and 3 that are here. Here our dependent variable is total trade and services. So depth 1 and depth 2, they exert a positive impact on trade in services. And then when we just focus on the MENA countries, this I would say the more restrictive the definition, the stronger the effect of the depth agreement. And as you can see here, the coefficient of depth 3 is higher than depth 2 and then depth 1. If we move to the sectoral results, you can see here that the financial sector and the telecommunication, as well as other business services, they are the most affected by the depth variables. When we look at the effect of the number of agreements on here, we're just looking at the export diversification perspective. So as you can see here, the number of agreements increases the number of partners, but reduces the share of the top product that is exported, the top service that is exported, which means that the number of deep agreements leads to a diversification at both destination and the product level. And then when we look at the provisions of interest, which are TRIMs, GATS, and so on, we can see that in general, the provisions that are strictly related to services, they improve trade and service much more than other provisions. And this holds also for the MENA region, not only the general sample. So to conclude, as I said, in general, the deepest trade agreements, they raise the trade and services. I didn't show the results of the quality of institutions, but what we're trying to see now, to what extent institutions, they interact with the depth of trade agreements in order to improve trade and services. And we're also trying to control for the selection bias that we have in the data set, given the fact that not all the countries, they have agreements between them. With this, I will stop here, and apologies for taking more than the time expected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shahir, for your commitment. And now we will move to the 10 minutes for the discussant. Professor Daniel Mirza. He is a professor at the University of Tours, France. So please go ahead, Professor.
Thank you, Marwa Beltaji. So let me try to share my screen. Hopefully. Let me see what's going on. Okay. Okay. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss this paper. It seems that if I understand well, Shahir, it's a sort of very first version of it, and so you're still working on this. And I encourage you very much to work on this issue because it's an interesting issue. So this is about the depths of trade agreements, whether or not they matter for trade and services, and they focus on the MENA region. Okay, so basically about the objectives and the results in a nutshell. So you have the authors who test whether the depths of the agreements foster or not trade and services. They focus on the MENA region, and they show basically that the only deepest trade agreement seems to be raising trade and services. For the rest, the deeper it is, and the more it seems to raise trade and services. And so this seems to be holding for, at least for the total set of countries, for finance, for telecommunication and other business services, plus the services linked to the delivery of goods, that is insurance and transport. okay? And then they also show that the quality of institutions seems to matter as well for trade and services. So let me begin by giving my point of view, very general one about this work. So it's a very seriously undertaken work. Nothing to say about the methodology per se. There is a very big work being undertaken on the different measures of the depth measure, and it should be acknowledged. And the results seem to be robust to most of up-to-date specifications that are being used. They use PPMLs type of specification with many cross effects, fixed effects, pairs of effects, which is very good. This is the standard to do today, and it is very well done. I give simple remarks before going into the true suggestions that I will give a little bit later. So if they keep about the paper structure as it is, here are my remarks. So, and it seems that they seem to be addressed by in the following work of the authors, as Shahir noted at the end of his paper. The first one has to do with the quality of institution. I thought you wanted to interact the depth measure with the quality of institution, but as I see from your tables, they are not being interacted. So this is one thing you should do so, of course. This is a very straightforward remark. And I would focus rather on the rule of law, rather than taking, if there is one, quality of institution to interact the depth measure with is I would say the rule of law, because you have, those depth measures about, the legal enforcement. The legal enforcement has to do with the rule of law. So I would use the rule of law. That's one thing. The second thing has to do with the endogeneity of the depth measures. I would have liked much more discussion about this depth measure. I'll go to this a little bit later, but one can actually think that those depth measures might be related in a way or another with the extent of trade and services. It can go the other way around. It can be, these two can be related also with some other factors that are not accounted for in the regression. There could be some endogeneity. That's sort of self-selection. You might be doing some much more deeper contracts or provisions, signed provisions that are much deeper with some type of partners, not with some others, for some type of reason, not for other reasons. So this has to do with some endogeneity that is not actually considered so far. And I won't be able today to give you something that is constructive enough about this. I know this is very hard to tackle, but I think you are considering this issue, but this issue, if you take it to the journal or want to publish it, it will be raised, and you need to think about this and say at least in which direction the results may be biased if you have this type of endogeneity, if you cannot fix it. That's one. But I will go through other series of suggestions that I think are much more interesting and more general than the ones that I've been giving you for now. The thing is that when I read your paper, the focus is not well motivated when it comes to MENA region. Why MENA is an interesting case compared to other cases, okay? Especially when focusing on the depths of agreement. This is one thing that you should raise if you want to talk about MENA region. Otherwise, people would say, well, why is he, or are they working on MENA regions? What's so interesting out there? So the possible motivation that I had in mind is the following. First, and at some point in the paper, you just showed that actually MENA region is one of the regions which is the least open in terms of services, okay? If you look at the SRI index, the paradox is that MENA region has many natural and potential comparative advantages in some services sectors. So on one hand, you think that the MENA region does have some important potential comparative advantage in some sectors of services, but on the other hand, it is still the least opened one. And the big question is, how can policies help do a better job to allocate the resources into services which have comparative advantage? This is the big question. And in particular, well, within those policies, do trade agreements matter? Do trade agreements help countries switch resources from some sectors, like some manufacturing sectors or some services sectors in which you don't have a special comparative advantage, into some other sectors where you do have some comparative advantage? That's the big issue here. And this is a way maybe to sell the paper. I think that is more consistent with what the results you are proposing. So if you sell it like this, then I would begin by showing the measure of depths, but I would go in depth into these measures of depths by giving some stylized facts into these measures. What about these measures? I would focus on the MENA region to see whether the Eurodata measures are consistent or not with the 3 index. We don't know. We want to figure out whether they are still consistent with the TRI index or not. 2, we want to look at the partner with whom MENA is signing agreements on services, which are legally enforced versus non-enforced. Are the partners different? Over time, how is this changing? It's over space, over time, and over sectors as well, okay? How is this different within the countries in MENA, between MENA and the rest of the world, compared to the rest of the regions and the rest of the world, okay? So this could be very nice and would help us, would help you to be better focused on what's going on in the data before you take your data measures and to see how these measures are being, or how trade is being affected by those measures. Third type of suggestion, third series of suggestions, try to find a way, again, to control for homogeneity between the depths and services trade.
Professor Daniel,
I'm finishing.
Yeah, we're out of time. Yeah, please.
Yeah, this is a difficult exercise, as I said, but what you had before in terms of silence facts will give you maybe some ideas about how to encounter the homogeneity. Last but not least, when you run regression, you should simulate by how much trade and services could be increasing if MENA region has to sign agreements that go as far as other open countries. Okay, so if you get it down to other, get your measure down or up to other more open countries, how does this affect the trade of the MENA region with the rest of the world by including some general equilibrium effect as in YOTOF. You can also, at the last but not least, measure by how much such a liberation could increase real revenues, welfare effect in MENA, if supposedly you have data on the share of expenditure on domestic services, VS foreign ones. Okay, you can run also this type of simulation to see by how much this would be affecting the welfare of the MENA region. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Daniel, for your valuable comments. Thank you very much. Actually, Professor Shahir, I have one question related to figure 2 in page 8. Don't you have more updated data related to Service Trade Restrictiveness Index 2014? This is my last question. And you have now 5 minutes in order to respond to the comments arrived by Professor Daniel. Thank you, Shahir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marwa, and thank you, Daniel, for, very constructive comments as usual. All the comments are to the point, and actually, I have been discussing last week with Amélie, especially 2 points that you mentioned. The first one is the issue of the endogeneity of the depth measures. And we definitely have to work on that because, as you said, if we want to submit it to a journal, definitely this will have to be taken into consideration. I agree on all the comments. We have been trying to interact institutions with the deep variable. We have some preliminary results where results, to some extent, are convincing. But what we're still working on is to what extent whether institutions are linear or not, given the fact that there is also this literature on the non-linearity of institutions, but it's still work in progress. But definitely, I totally agree with you that we have to interact institutions with our deep variables on the one hand, and even with our specific provisions that are related to services. GATS, TRIMS, TRIPS, and so on. I like a lot your suggestion that we have perhaps to focus on the rule of law, because what we have been doing until now was calculating an average of different aspects, all the work governance indicators. But I totally agree with you that it would make much more sense to use a rule of law, given the fact that we're working on the legal enforceability. So this will have to do. The motivation of the MENA region, sure, you are totally right. Our stylized facts section is still very preliminary in the version that we sent, so I totally agree also on your comment on that. The idea of simulation is excellent. We'll have to work on that. So all the comments are really very useful. On Marwa's comment, unfortunately, we don't have more recent data on the Service Trade Restrictiveness Index, because that's the, as far as I remember, the last one that was issued, but I will double check in any case. So I will stop here, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shahir. Thank you. Any questions from the other participants? Again, you can write on the chat box if you have any questions.
Perhaps if you don't have, I might perhaps ask Danielle a question. One of the instruments that we're thinking of is to calculate the average quality of institutions of the trade partner, of the main trade partners of each country. Would that make sense?
Of each partner country who's signing with you?
No, for instance, we will take the average quality of institutions of the main trade partners of Egypt, and we calculate one index for the that will be calculated based on the different institutions of Egypt's trade partners, and this will be the value in front of Egypt, and so on. We haven't tested it, but we are just thinking about that.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, you can try this. You can try this. You can try this.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Shahir and Dr. Danielle, for these important presentations. And now we will move to the last paper in our session. Its title is Capital Development Under Collateral Constraints, the Impact of Investment Subsidies Under Non-Homothetic Preferences Between Capital and Labor. Our presenter is Rebecca Maria Marie from London School of Economics, United Kingdom. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure presenting today. So we'll share my slides now. Can you see my slides? Can you confirm you're seeing my slides?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So, starting from second. So we'll start with a short introduction. I will then follow on with the theoretical discussion of the theoretical model, empirical strategy, data, results, and then later conclusions. So this paper focuses on investment subsidies and aims to contribute to the main question about whether investment subsidies work. Particularly, it studies the heterogeneity of the impact of interest rate subsidies for productive investment on firms' employment, capital output, and productivity under credit market frictions. On the topic, there is a rich policy evaluation literature of capital subsidies, but this policy evaluation literature, because of the fact that they're always linked to generally a development policy, has a very limited ability to test the average treatment effect and the impact of employment. In fact, subsidies as part of generally of capital development programs don't get to assign randomly, but tend to get assigned to local champions that are generally higher, more productive than the average standard firm. And so therefore, this kind of identification designs end up giving us an insight on the impact of this policy, but generally on relatively high productivity firms. And also, generally, these subsidies come with employment conditionality clauses, which are very difficult to disentangle in identification designs, and therefore the impact of employment tends to be rather biased by these conditionality clauses. So this paper aims to make progress on these 2 points from the empirical perspective. For what concerns the theoretical framework, there is also a limited literature on the role of credit market frictions on the impact of capital subsidies. Criscuolo et al. Is the main reference paper that explores the heterogeneity under pecking order frictions. But SMEs that constitute a large majority of the firm's population in certain countries have to largely borrow secured, pledging collateral. And therefore, these papers aims to look at what is the impact of this particular credit market frictions coming from secured borrowing on the impact of investment subsidies. So I studied the heterogeneity of the impact of interest rate subsidies on a series of firm output indicators, so employment, capital output, and productivity under these credit market frictions. And from a theoretical point, I investigate the impact of collateral constraints in the heterogeneity of the treatment effect. Whilst from an empirical evidence, I exploited the assignment of interest rate subsidies as a post-disaster emergency intervention, with a firm location as the only criteria for eligibility. So not having some sort of selection based on the relative productivity of the firm. I will talk more about it later. So starting from the theoretical framework, the investment subsidies can be thought as reductions in the cost of capital faced by the firm using the Hall-Jorgensen costs of capital framework. Under perfect capital markets, this means essentially just a parallel downward sloping of the supply of funds curve, and so results clearly in an increase in capital for the firm experiencing investment subsidies. Criscuolo et al. Enhanced this theoretical model with pecking order frictions, so adjusting essentially the supply of funds curve to account for the fact that external financing of investments is more expensive, and you have an increase in the cost of capital by going to external markets. That is represented by this upward sloping part of the supply curve. In this paper, we add secured borrowing constraints to it, which are identified over here by this gap in the supply curve, which essentially means that certain firms are simply not able to access credit, even if they want to. And this is because the interest rate that would need to be charged would be extremely high, and the banks simply are not going to take that risk. And to take that risk, they would need to be compensated with substantial amounts of collateral that the firm does not have. And that's why there is this gap over here. This gap gets reduced once there is an interest rate subsidy that reduces the cost of capital. So looking at secure borrowing requirements, essentially once there is a secured borrowing situation, the firms do not just lend to projects with positive net present value, but they also lend based on this condition, which is that expected repossession sales need to be larger than or equal to expected losses associated to the financing. The repossession sales are the net revenues that come from the sales of the assets pledged as collateral, whilst instead the expected losses are given by the product between the financing exposure, so the size of the loan, essentially, and the probability of default, which is driven by a series of factors that are both firm-specific, but also location and sector-specific, as I argue. As in a model of bank relationship lending, when there is not complete information about the firm, specifically in the case of small SMEs, where they are not bound by the same standards of balance sheet disclosure as larger firms, banks need to rely necessarily more on the average observation of default for a particular firm in a specific location, so province and sector combination. So looking, for instance, at some derived condition, we can see that the higher is the investment size, probability of default, and interest rate, the lower is the probability of access to secured funds. Whilst instead the higher is the recovery rate and collateral size, the higher is the probability of access to secured credit funds. There is also a number of other variables in which the impact on the probability of access to secured credit funds is not as straightforward, and it will be looked at in the regression results. So once we look at this enhanced theoretical framework for the impact of subsidies on capital, the main points are that when there is an investment subsidy or reduction in the cost of capital, what happens is that there is an increased internal financing ability of the firm, and there is a reduction of the collateral constraint that is represented by the reduction of this gap. And overall, firms that were bound by collateral constraints to start, so they were here and were only able to access capital up until here, are the ones experiencing the largest increase in capital upon a reduction, larger than firms that were simply packing over the constraints or firms that simply were not constrained to start with. Okay, so what is the impact on employment instead of these subsidies? The effect of a reduction in the cost of capital on employment depends on the balance between scale effect and substitution effect. Scale effect essentially tells us that if I have a reduction in the cost of capital and I end up having more capital, I will produce more, and therefore I will need for more employees as well. Whereas the substitution effect essentially is that then with a reduction in the cost of capital, the cost of labor becomes relatively more expensive than the cost of capital, and therefore I should probably dial down on employment too. The literature finds actually heterogeneity in the balance of these two across firm size. It particularly finds that large firms end up experiencing lower increases in employment from interest rate subsidies, and generally justifies this, saying that large firms are better at gaming the system. So they simply get the subsidies in these capital development programs, they increase capital through them, but then they don't hire the kind of workers that they promised they would hire upon these conditionality clauses, while small firms are more fearful of non-compliance and therefore they do that. Another alternative explanation that I tried to find evidence of the existence of non-homothetic preferences, which is that simply small firms, because they are small and there are operational constraints in the number of people that they simply need in the business to run the business operationally, they are kind of less elastic in their own decisions upon changes in factor prices. Whilst instead large firms have more scale to kind of dial down when they can. So empirically, I exploit the exogenous receipt of capital subsidies as part of this post-disaster emergency intervention. Yesterday, I presented a paper where I show a discontinuity in the destruction of private physical capital that happens upon a seismic shock, where basically the seismic shock determines the amount of destruction, and destruction decreases away from the epicenter, but there is a discontinuity in this destruction where essentially up over a certain intensity, the amount of damages jump up. In this paper, I don't consider this discontinuity here, but I simply consider municipalities that were not affected by destruction, but still received the subsidies that were given out as a post-disaster response. and I compare them to a pool of firms that are located just right outside this kind of border for the eligibility of subsidies. So this is how it looks, basically looking at three different earthquakes. I focus on firms receiving subsidies in the areas eligible without need for proof of damage, the ones in the red area, located near the discontinuity, so near this border, and I match them to those to very similar firms located in areas not eligible within the same province. So the ones located over here are basically shaded in light blue. The matching is done within the same NATS3 region, so within the same province, same sector, and same size. And the matching guarantees no differences in risk-free rate, relationship lending structure, and relocation destruction of physical and human capital.
Rebecca,
yeah.
Rebecca, you have 2 minutes.
Sure,
Please.
thank you.
Yes.
So the regression model is simply an interaction of the treatment effect with size, as in the most kind of parsimonious specification, and with other factors that affect the treatment effects based on the credit imperfection model. The data includes a variety of sources that puts together firm-specific credit ratings, location-specific probabilities of default, business density, and then our outcomes that are firms' balance sheet, essentially, and the amount of investment subsidies. So looking at the results, for what concerns the heterogeneity by firm size, we find that the impact on capital from an investment subsidy is the largest for medium firms, followed by small and large. And there is a positive impact on employment, output, and productivity only for the SMEs. Whilst when we look at the heterogeneity by credit market imperfections model, we find also that the treatment impact is positively related to the probability of default for the sector and NATS3 region, as the theoretical model would suggest, and the importance of subsidized investment. The treatment impact is also associated to local demand for movable assets. Again, in line with what the theoretical model suggests. And for what concerns the non-homotheticity of preferences, the marginal rate of substitution between capital and labor is significantly higher for small firms relative to medium and large firms, and this is even after controlling for the coverage ratio. Just to wrap up, here there is a summary of the results that I just talked you through, but the results highlight the importance of investment subsidies in stimulating marginal investment from firms facing collateral constraints driven by location, sector, and size. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for sticking to the time. And then we will move to our last discussant today, Professor EMNES Summit. He is a professor at the American University of Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. So please go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Marwa. It's my pleasure to discuss Rebecca's paper titled Capital Development Under Collateral Constraints. I will start by presenting the research question, then talk a little bit about motivation, contribution, then methodology and main results, and then I will move quickly to the comments. Probably I will be more focusing on some of the comments rather than the other ones. First of all, I'm not an economist, so I'll try to provide as much as I can some comments from a financial perspective or from a finance professor perspective, not an economist, okay? So first of all, here the paper examines theoretically and empirically the effectiveness of productive investment subsidies to stimulate economic growth and employment at local level. Briefly, so subsidies generally come under three main forms, either business tax subsidies or labor or investment subsidies, and the paper mainly focuses on productive investment incentives in general that aims to stimulate investments from the incumbent. The paper states that there is no previous contribution that provides theoretical grounding of the heterogeneity of the policy impact that is attributable to the credit market frictions, more or less. So the paper is examining that under these conditions. It contributes to the long-standing use of public investment subsidies that has led to the development of rich policy evaluation literature discussing their impact on firm output, employment, and capital. also there are these are the other contributions. So I will not talk a lot about that. So in terms of overall results, the paper so the main questions the paper examines the impact of subsidies on Italian firms specifically, and the main results the paper reports a positive impact on capital growth, which is associated with the subsidies, with medium firms being the most strongly affected, followed by small and large firms. And then, as Rebecca was mentioning, also the impact of subsidies on capital growth is estimated to be significantly positive, associated with the relative importance of the subsidized investment and firm and sector location specific indicators of probability of default. Okay, I will skip the other results. So Rebecca mentioned that clearly. And by the way, I like the paper. The paper is quite comprehensive, quite well executed. I will move quickly to the comments, and my main comments is about the selection of the treatment or the benchmark for your firms. And then the paper literally states that it exploits the exogenous receipt of capital subsidies as part of a post-disaster emergency policy intervention. And I will here draw a few or talk about few points that I put here. So first of all, how is the allocation of capital subsidies decided? And you mentioned that in the paper that it's what the selection or the choice that you made is based on location, not necessarily on the firms. So and here I put, does it depend on transparent and known process? Is there any selection bias that receivers of these subsidies suffer from? And specifically because you rely on locations, not necessarily firms now, are there some locations where the political gain would be higher from other locations? In other words, I will express myself in another way. So let's say as a government, I would allocate more subsidies to a location or a county or municipality that I know that I will gain more politically if there are any future elections that will take place, independently of the damage, independently of the size of the company, and so on. So this is what I mean, even though it looks like exogenous, because I mean receiving that based on the location, not necessarily the firm, looks like exogenous, but to me still has some endogeneity in it, and the exogeneity is not I mean explicit in that way. The paper states there is no centralized regulation defining the policy eligibility requirements and the implementation. Again, now back to square one. Again, I mean, here probably you can add some robustness test, Rebecca, to just, you know, mention to the reader, okay, we are aware of these issues, and then we control for that. I mean, nothing in terms of the results per se, but probably a small section that we talk about potential endogeneity issues. Now, another point that I put here, for instance, what about political connection? Probably in one location, you have much more politically connected managers or people who are managing these companies as compared to any other location. What about also, I put here, what about ownership structure, state-owned enterprises? Are these locations, or by pure coincidence that they are receiving more subsidies, they have more state ownership in these specific location or not? And again, I have no idea about the data, but probably, I mean, as extra or further analysis, just, you know, mention these few things and show that your results, even though you look at that, you take that into account, it will not change anything in terms of the main results. Again, this is because this would have an impact on the propensity score matching or treatment. I mean, the way that you talked about that in the paper, or the ATE, the ATE effect. I mean, it might somehow have an impact on that. Yeah. What about the history of these firms? What I put here specifically. Now, are these firms always benefiting from any government program subsidies? So they keep using that for, I mean, if you have any other, I don't know, any other prices or any other incentive program provided by the government. So do these locations always are the ones to benefit the first out of these programs or not? If it's the case, then again, exogeneity is put under question here. So, I mean, it's good to probably look at what happened in the past. Are they always the first to benefit from these programs or not? Then the last minor point. So no significant difference is no significant difference. So here it says no significant difference. Am I sharing my screen properly? Can you see it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, between different the different firm size. So is there any economic justification for it? I mean, I would expect small firms are the first to benefit from it because of, I mean, any small subsidy they receive would have a huge impact on their financials, on their survival. So this is what I was expecting. So probably this is from a pure financial point of view. Now, any, I mean, explanation for it? Again, I enjoy reading the paper, well executed. Thank you so much for that, and wish you the best for the paper. Thank you, Marwa.
Thank you, Professor Anis, for your commitment at the time. And now, Rebecca, actually, I have only one comment or advice. I think it will be very beneficial if you can insert an in-text table in order to illustrate the definition and measurement of each variable, since your model has a lot of variables and equations. I think this will be good. And then you have 5 minutes in order to respond to the comments of Professor Anis. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your comments, Professor Anis and Professor Marwa. They've been incredibly useful and will greatly improve the paper. So thank you. So I will try to answer as much as possible in these 5 minutes and provide as much as insight as possible. So regarding the allocation of the subsidies, this is definitely a fundamental question of the paper, right? Because it rests on the exogeneity of the receipt of the subsidies. So as you have seen, I look at basically subsidies that have been assigned for the earthquakes of 2012, 2016, and 2017. That is after the big and famous earthquake of L'Aquila that happened in the early 2000s. So after that disastrous earthquake, the Italian government drafted guidelines on the post-emergency response following earthquakes. And basically passed some laws that determined ahead of time what would have been the policies in place and what would have been the requirements to kick those in. And there are 2 main policies. The first one is the one of Reconstruction Funds. So all the municipalities that experience a seismic intensity above 6.1 are eligible for reconstruction funds upon submission of a claim of funds that needs to be validated by an expert. So this is regarding reconstruction. Now here we don't look at reconstructions because we look at municipalities that did not experience damages, but they were eligible for reconstruction anyways. We look at municipalities that are also located above 6.1, and it says for these municipalities, the state will also give productive investment subsidies in the form of interest rate reduction to stimulate simply economic activity, because there is the realization that these municipalities somehow got affected by the earthquake, particularly by the destruction in the epicenter, and so we will give out these investment subsidies. And for this, they are unconditional. So you don't need to have received damages. You don't need to prove that you were affected by the earthquake. You just need to be located in those municipalities. Now, the threshold of 6.1 of seismic intensity is rather exogenous in a sense that, as you have seen, there is a sort of like a border, and that is mostly, what is defined as municipalities that might have experienced some damages. So also on a political perspective that you mentioned before, as a politician, you would rather give more subsidies than less subsidies, and have some municipalities that had some damages but did not receive the subsidies. And this is what I exploit basically, as sort of like over-kindness in the eligibility for post-emergency policies, even to municipalities that did not really need them, but they were eligible for it. But of course, they have to balance that between, what is the cost of those? And as I showed before in the map, there are some big municipalities, some big towns that, given that they were at the border, they become eligible, but conditionally. You need to show that you had damage. So those are excluded, but the other towns and municipalities small, they are eligible, and they simply benefit from that, from being small and being at the border. So that's what I exploit. Definitely, though, of course, your suggestion of interacting it and showing politics affiliation would add to the robustness of this. As you know, in this kind of topics, they are not particularly researched. It's not a common identification strategy. So there needs to be a lot of proof of robustness. And finally, I will just address the point on the other subsidies receipts. I do control for other subsidies that this firm receive. So although it's actually, I find it's actually very few, as I have access to this procurement database, so I match basically the firms that receive the subsidies for earthquake to other programs, and only in very few I find that they receive also something else. And finally, the differences that were not detected for small firms between the treatment and control group refer to pre-treatment. So to ensure that the two groups are calibrated. And it seems that they're very well calibrated for small, whilst medium and large, they tend to have a bit more differences that then are mostly in the outcome variables. So they're controlled for the design anyways. I hope I have addressed as much as possible in these 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I am happy because we have finished our session on time. And by the end of this session, I would like to express my profound appreciation and respect for Professor Rima Ayedi and her professional team for the efforts they made in order to organize these 2 high-quality conference days. I express also my appreciation to Professor Sinja, SEPS, EMNES, and EMEA. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Moro, and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So good afternoon for this afternoon section. And so we will have 4 papers presented. So the schedule will be 15-minute presentation, then 10 minutes for the discussant, and then we can open for 5-minute reply and 5 minutes of the for question from the floor. So the first paper will be presented by Sarah Loukili from the University Paris Dauphine, and the paper deals with the role of cooperating in enhancing the economic inclusion. So Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen.
I will let you know 2 minutes before the end of the time, so that you know. Sorry.
That would be perfect. Can you see my screen, everybody? Great. Thank you. So today I'm going to be talking about the role of cooperatives in enhancing social and economic inclusion in Morocco. And so thank you so much for letting us present this paper. This paper is still a working paper and work in progress. So we would love to have your feedback on how we can enhance several aspects of it. A little context on Morocco. So much like many MENA region countries, there are salient labor market issues such as high youth and young graduates unemployment, but also high needs rates that we see in Morocco, and low female labor force participation, but also prevalence of informality. And these contributes intersectionally, but then overlaps into the chains of inequality that go from education training to employment, but also include health and housing in the process, not to forget about gender gaps. And so this has pushed reflection to find novel solutions that would fit into the sustainable growth agenda, and social and solidarity economy has been presented as an alternative framework. What we ask here is, has social and solidarity economy been able to actually offer an alternative solution in the context of Morocco, and how effective have actions for SSEs been, and is the sector, as it has been hoped for, been economically efficient? So a little context on this research. This is an EMNES that has been a survey that has been developed within the framework of EMNES with EMNES colleagues on social and solidarity economy in the MENA region. We actually tweaked it a little bit to make it more specific to the context that we wanted to analyze in Morocco. And there's already a working paper that has been published on the topic that you can actually go to see some of the main findings that we have from this survey. So a little context on social and solidarity economy, which has been defined by the ILO as the sum of all the enterprises and organizations, in particular cooperatives, mutuals, benefit societies, associations, foundations, and social enterprise, which have the specific feature of producing manufacturing services and knowledge while pursuing both the economic and social aims of fostering and solidarity. An important thing to keep in mind here is that there isn't an actual definition consensus that has been adopted around the world, but there are some salient features that we find. And in Morocco, there are mainly 3 salient features of SSEs. There is a fairly very developed legal and institutional framework compared to the region. And there's also a national strategy that has been adopted from the 2010 with the 2020 vision that has been revised with the 2028 new roadmap, because the first section of the strategy objectives were not actually obtained. What we find in Morocco also is that there is big national funding and assistance programs that have been heavily funding the sector. So within the sector in Morocco, we find that SSEs actually manifest in 3 main structures, besides other structures, but 3 mains are cooperatives, associations, and mutual structures. Some key statistics that we find, I wanted to point out really quickly, is that we have found it really, really hard to find some consensus on macro level data. So we try to actually combine what we find in terms of publications from the ministerial departments, but also the actual official institutions. But what we see is that social and solidarity economy barely contributes to about 2% of the GDP, which is far less than what is being hoped for on the national level, but also cooperatives actually constitute the main body that we find within these structures, which is going beyond 24,000 entities and counting. And within the cooperative framework, we find cooperatives that are for two populations that are the most excluded from the market, mainly women and young graduates. But what we see on the national level is that women are mainly active in traditional sectors, while young graduates, cooperatives are active in different sectors, despite their smaller number in comparison. So two questions that we ask in this research is what are the determinants of cooperatives' annual turnover growth, because we want to provide a more of a micro level financial analysis of how they actually function in terms of financially, but also how they grow their activity. The second question we ask, what contributes to their survival? We noticed that some of them actually do not go beyond the first year and fifth year mark, and we want to actually answer the question that we do not find in literature, which is why do some of them actually die? So a quick overview of the literature that exists. We actually relied on three sets of literature. The first one is descriptive, which probes the terrain of cooperatives using mainly survey outcomes. And this is what we find mostly in Morocco. This is barely scratching the surface, but it's mostly descriptive literature that actually goes into the general salient features on how cooperatives as structured do actually function. And there are fairly recent research in this sense. Some empirical and theoretical literature, which is what we find mainly in developed countries, not so much in Morocco, but then not so much also in the MENA region. And these provide some explanations borrowing from different fields such as management, marketing. But in Morocco, we find a few, and they heavily rely on macro level data, which is one of the main issues that led us to develop this survey in the first place. And then the third set is firm survival literature, which is well-known literature body that looks into why some firms actually die within a certain time framework. So 5 hypotheses that we devise for our analysis framework. The first one is that the environment around cooperatives should affect their success. And this is, as I said, mainly literature that is in Asia and mainly in developed Western countries. The second hypothesis is that the size of a cooperative can affect its success. Mainly, it manifests in its turnover growth. The third one is that a diverse and large board can contribute to its success, and we measure this mainly by having a female president, but also by the president's level of education, access to technology, and mainly manifested in digital marketing can enhance the turnover growth. And this is a growing trend that we have been noticing in Morocco as well. But then the trend that we have been noticing is that these cooperatives, while adopting the traditional cooperative structure, have started to behave a little bit like a firm. And so we tried to probe that there might be existence of zombie cooperatives, and we hypothesized that a true zombie cooperative are pushed to exit in the event of an economic crisis such as COVID-19. So how quickly we developed the survey? There were 2 phases. The first pilot discovery phase, we just tried to probe the terrain to understand what is actually going on, and that actually helped us to devise better our survey and to change some of the questions in more detail and to make them more environment specific. And then the extension phase, we tried to contact over 300 SSE bodies, but then we had somewhere around 150, 160 responses. The total collected answers were about 14% associations, 11% mutuals, 75% cooperatives. And then, as I mentioned, for some coherence purposes, we only kept cooperatives because we wanted to analyze them coherently. They have the same structure. So this is mainly a statistical issue. But then the second one is because we want to analyze the most market-oriented structure of SSEs, which is cooperatives. The survey ran around 2018, 2019, so a few months during both years. And then we did a follow-up call a few months after COVID-19 pandemic hit. And that's when we collected the data on the ones that actually died, that actually declared to stop their activity upon the crisis. The format was mainly in person, but then also by phone for around 30 to 60 minutes. We ran over all the questions. We mainly questioned or interviewed someone in the governing body, so the president, vice president, or management board, and the questions were mainly in dialect Arabic. This is one of the main barriers that we met. So some salient descriptive statistics actually show that what we have here in terms of observations is similar to what we find on a macro level, on the national level. So mainly rural, most of them were created after the 2012 law, and mostly in traditional sectors. A lot of them have benefited from subsidies, but this is also something we find on a national level. This is a sector that is heavily funded. And we have about 42% of them that have female presidents. So the empirical strategy takes into consideration, first thing is that there might be selection bias in our survey. So an overrepresentation of larger entities and the ones that actually we were able to contact, but then also the ones that actually, the growth that we observe in surviving ones might actually also bias our results. And so that's something we tried to take into consideration, but then we tried also to take into consideration the fact that there might be a black swan event effect coming from COVID-19. So we consider it as more of a trigger event, not as a cause and effect. And we take into consideration also the fact that the ones that cease after the first or the fifth year is going to be consistent with the literature on firm survival. So 2 steps to our empirical strategy analysis. The first one is the turnover analysis. So we turnover growth analysis. So we use a general switch-in Heckman model, which is determined here by this equation. X here is the set of explaining variables, and Y is the outcome variable of what is the turnover. And then the second step is using a Cox-AFT model, which actually analyzes the probability of the occurrence of the event of dying, which is the event of ceasing activity. And when parameter beta here is over 1, then we consider that death of a cooperative. So we organize our results in terms of this framework. We consider that the external factors, which are growth of the market, the legal environment, the geographical location, and the funding, contribute more to the survival, with the intensity going down to internal factors. Whereas turnover growth, we actually hypothesize that internal factors such as the capacity to create jobs, digital marketing, the manager, the years of existence, and the size contribute more to the turnover growth than do the external factors. And the management is somewhere in between, being that having good management style and good managing board actually should contribute to both the survival and the turnover growth. So the results from the annual turnover growth estimation actually confirm this. And what we see is, in terms of the correction, the variables that we have chosen in terms of internal factors, and we can go into detail into this in the paper, they actually contribute more and they are more significant in the turnover growth, whereas government funding actually comes up as more significant, which is mainly related to the fact, as I've mentioned before, that the sector is heavily funded.
You have 2 minutes left.
Yes.
2 minutes left.
So in terms of survival analysis, we find here that the external factors, environmental factors, contribute more to the survival. You should interpret the negatives here as contributing less to the death. And then some robustness checks we did is that we split to manufacturing and service sectors, and we find pretty much the same significance of the variables. So some key findings that we conclude is that the sector is still too fragile to actually contribute to economic growth. There might be dependence on government funding, with government funding or funding in general being an end in itself for creating the cooperative status. The management challenge is one of the main challenges that they face, but this is inherently related to education and capacity building. But the question of women's role in cooperatives is still undetermined, as we find very mixed results. Some way forward, we propose maybe expanding this pilot study into a larger number of cooperatives, provided we get access to more data. And this is mainly micro level data that we do not find in any other publications or any other research. This is mainly not available. Also made public. We probe the question of prevalence of characteristics of zombie cooperatives because we find that traditional structures of cooperatives are beginning to manifest behavior that resembles firms with increasing access to debt, but also combined with public funding. We would like to investigate the potential existence of negative signaling as a result. And then also the question of market competition and how that affects the dynamic within the market of cooperatives. But the last thing that we would actually suggest that literature should look at is probably there might be development traps that are being created because the sector is being heavily funded and encouraged. And the second one related to it as well is that drawing women into the workforce does not necessarily provide them with empowerment, and without adequate regulation, social protection benefits, and education capacity building, we do not hope that women actually can access to the leadership roles better. So some credits to a researcher who helped us conduct this survey, and I wait for your questions and your suggestions on how to make this better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So the discussion will be led by Jacques Charme, who is director at the Institute of Research and Development in France. And so Jacques, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Sarah, for this nice presentation. And actually, you responded in advance to many of my comments. So let me say first that I really appreciated and liked the paper. In fact, the research on the social and solidarity economy is by many ways important, and it is a challenge when it comes to survey it. And the paper is welcome in this attempt to highlight a still poorly recognized component of the economy. Well, SSE is not by nature informal, so it is important not to connect directly the SSE as a component of the informal economy. But it is important regarding the informal economy because it may be a major tool for transitioning from the informal to the formal economy. And in particular, cooperatives and mutuals can be important tools in order to facilitate the access to some kinds of social protection for the poor and the informal workers. But SSE is heterogeneous and difficult to grasp. So you mentioned the various types of SSE, associations, microcredit institutions, cooperatives, mutuals, and most of them are non-profit organizations that have been studied in Morocco, where there was a study by the High Commissariat for Planning a few years ago. But SSE can be also ordinary enterprises for which profit is not the main objectives. Methodological issues are important in measuring and surveying the social and solidarity economy. It is difficult to define the scope and the coverage of the surveys. It's difficult to define a sample frame for the selection of observations. And in the present case, Morocco, it is not clear what were the sampling frames that you have been using. What type of listings, registers, the selection mode. So in your presentation, you say that it was by random. So I didn't know if it was systematic and exhaustive. And sorry, I have. So among the 150 units that you studied, you indicated that 14% were associations, 11% mutuals, and 75% cooperatives. So I would like to know to what extent these results of your survey is representative of the total population of these three kinds of social and solidarity units. So finally, you decided to focus on cooperatives. This is fine, but it would have been interesting to give a more detailed overview of the whole sample and to indicate why some kinds of social enterprises were omitted. At the end, the sample is mainly comprised of cooperatives. This is clear. But you said in your paper that they are concentrated in the southern region of Souss-Massa, which is characterized, you said it in the paper, by lower economic participation rates and higher cooperatives growth rates, and a high concentration of cooperatives in Argan. So the question is not the sample somewhat biased? And what would have been the results if the observation units outside this region had been omitted? What I mean is that maybe the units outside this region that you maintain in the sample and in the analysis, maybe they distort somewhat the findings that could have been more representative if only limited to the cooperatives of Souss-Massa. Because the question may arise if the maintaining of this non-representative part of the sample does not make the results less visible and demonstrative. Sorry, I don't know why I cannot change my, okay. So I would like to focus on among the various and interesting findings that you present in your paper. I would like to focus on two interesting findings that seem a little bit paradoxical. The first one is that women's cooperatives have higher survival rates, but women-led cooperatives are more out to die. Descriptive statistics of the sample should have been provided, even if the sample representativeness is not ensured, especially a more detailed classification of the observed units by economic activity and by gender of the president, given the importance of such factors in the analysis. Because cannot we suspect that the characteristics female president, 42% of the sample, is linked to women-only cooperatives? And to what extent are there female presidents in especially women-only cooperatives? And maybe it is also linked to Argan cooperatives. So finally, it is a very welcome and interesting paper in a domain that remains insufficiently investigated, and in a sector that can be an alternative to informal employment and can also play an important role as a tool for ensuring the transition from the informal to the formal economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So perhaps before you reply, Sarah, to the question or comment, the reaction of Jacques, perhaps if there are some questions from the floor. Are there any questions from the floor? Somebody that want to ask a question? So perhaps I can ask a question about the econometric treatment of your paper. To which extent you test for homogeneity of your sample, because there may be a lot of heterogeneity, in particular. Okay, that can lead to bias in the estimate if you have different groups, and to have heterogeneity. How did you test for it, and what was the outcome of this test? Okay. Are there, in the meanwhile, some other question? Nobody want to ask a question? Okay, then Sarah, perhaps you have still 5 minutes to comment and to reply to the question, and perhaps to say extra things if you want.
Okay, thank you so much. A lot of interesting questions, but also great comments from you, Chuck. Thank you so much for your feedback. So I want to go to some of the main points that I actually tried to go through in this presentation. So when we did actually the survey, we were looking at SSEs in general, but we had been forced to focus on cooperatives because they are the most market oriented, because we actually realized that we want to see how much do SSEs contribute to economic growth. That's one of the main objectives of the national strategy, and we can do that better by looking at mainly cooperatives, but also we were not able to have so much answers, so that's why we're limited to such a small sample, which is leaving us with only 134 cooperatives. So some sampling framework and how we did this, it was mainly done at random, and then we actually include in our sample, while we say it's mainly observations in Souss-Massa region, we actually have representation from around the country. And this is one of the main reasons that in the robustness checks for cooperative survival, we actually separated manufacturing from services, because when we find manufacturing has mostly traditional sectors, and these traditional sectors we find around the whole country, but they are also mostly represented in the Souss-Massa region, where we have a lot of observations, and the services are mostly present in the other regions. But when we actually separated our sample, we noticed that we have pretty much the same significance of the results that actually is being repeated in the two samples, be it the manufacturing and the services. In general, what we have right now, we were actually pretty confident to say that our results are pretty representative, but we maintain that pretty representative to the sample. The access to data is one of the main issues that we find. And if data is actually available, it's mainly on the macro level. There's not so much micro level data, much less data that would actually give you an insight on their funding, on their finances, and what they actually are able to do with their economic activity. In terms of female presidents, I mean, we could go into detail, but then the paper would be too heavy. But just to answer really quickly, female presidents actually can be presidents of both female-only cooperatives and the general cooperatives. And this is something that we have in our sample. We could have gone into detail, but then that would lower the sample size, and then that would make our sample even less and less representative. Of course, again, I maintain the fact that provided access to larger data, we'll be able to study this question so much more. And you were right, Chuck, in actually pointing to the fact that SSEs can contribute to the transition from informality to formality, but then we should also look into the question of what if some actual economic activities happening within cooperatives and SSEs in general actually manifest some informality characteristics. In terms of homogeneity of our sample, what we tried to do is actually try to see if they are statistically comparable. And we find, so that's why we keep in first place only cooperatives, and then they are statistically pretty comparable. There are a few groups that are larger in terms of size, and that's why we include some variables in terms of testing, such as size squared, just to see whether the size is actually a biased result. And what we find is pretty consistent with literature. So that's me just saying pretty general. This is a very very passionate subject, and it's really hard to try to analyze it. Provided we don't have access to representative data, we would like to extend it further than this pilot study. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So, okay, we have 2 minutes in advance, so we are in time. So we can jump to the next paper that's about the impact of the COVID-19 so far on emerging market. And that will be Anis Samet from the American University of Sharjah that will present. So Anis, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to present my paper today at the EMNES meeting today. So the paper is titled The COVID-19 Impact on Emerging Markets. My presentation will be as follows. So I will be starting with introduction, then motivation and contributions, data and variables, methodology and results will follow, and finally I will conclude. Before I start the paper, please bear in mind that this paper was developed in August 2020. When it goes August 2020. Then we covered most of the first few months where the COVID took place. The paper was invited to be submitted to a special issue in Journal of Portfolio Management by Professor Fabosi, and the paper has been accepted. So the paper, when look at it, so please bear in mind that it has been developed it was developed few months ago. So probably results on the topic now looks like not important, but at that time it was quite important. So as you all know, and we are all know right now, so the COVID has been initiated a lot of research in different field and area, in business and in other fields such as medicine and so on. So a lot of research looks at the impact of the COVID on several aspects. The paper here looks at the impact of the COVID on specifically emerging market financial markets specifically, and some other aspects such as the sovereign risk and the IMF, and also government intervention in these markets. Now, before I start talking about the motivation contribution, now why emerging markets specifically? The focus of the paper, countries, they have like fragile health system in terms of public finance or budget. They do not have like a big budget, so governments cannot afford to offer different subsidies to their citizens. Most of these emerging markets from different parts of the world, they have like budget deficits. So in terms of health infrastructure, as I mentioned, it's fragile. In terms of financial markets, these financial markets are not that well developed. And also most of the companies in these the emerging markets are SMEs that are not well established. They do not have a lot of cash. They do not have large assets. So any crisis would hit these markets much more than what could be the impact on developed countries specifically. So this is the motivation of the paper and why emerging markets specifically. Now, in terms of contribution, we contribute to the literature that studies the stock market reactions surrounding general catastrophes, severe weather, and flu outbreaks. So this is an example of papers that does that. So second, we delve into the recent and growing line of literature which analyzes the sequence of COVID pandemic on financial markets. If you just Google on Google Scholar, so COVID-19, you will end up with a trillion of papers that look at the impact of the COVID on several aspects, but here we look at specifically financial markets. Finally, we add to literature on responses of emerging markets to crisis and recessions. Just having in mind that this paper was the first paper that we developed, and we have now some follow-on papers on the impact of the COVID on several other aspects on these in these emerging markets. Yeah, research questions to highlight the impact of COVID on investors in emerging economies. We particularly studied the three dimensions. First, stock market performance in terms of return how much the return or these financial markets have suffered during the COVID, and we try to break it down into different months. What's the impact on the volatility in these financial markets, and what's the impact on sovereign default risk? And just to make things comparable here, we try to compare what happened during the COVID months with what happened during the financial crisis, 2008 and 9 financial crisis, to see whether the impact of the COVID was comparable to what these markets witnessed during the last financial crisis. In terms of data, so our sample of emerging markets includes all countries that constitute the MSCI Emerging Market Index and MSCI Emerging Frontier Market Index as well. So we end up with 45 countries from different parts of the world: Asia, Eastern Europe, Africa, and Middle East, and North Africa. Latin America as well. Sorry, I forgot Latin America as well. Yeah, we track the performance of each of the markets during the outbreak using the major stock index for each of these countries. And then we use the GARCH-11 model to model the volatility of these financial markets. We also report what happened during the pandemic months as for the issuance of conventional bonds and also Sukuk. It has been discussed quite in several papers and several financial newspapers that the issuance of Islamic bonds, which are called Sukuk, has seen a big drop during the pandemic months, and then we show that in our data as well. So we finally examined the reaction of the IMF and local governments and central banks in response to such crises. Specifically, we look at what kind of intervention, first from monetary perspective, second from fiscal perspective, that governments, they try to bring in to help citizens and also companies. The coverage of our study is Asia. You can see several Asian countries. When it comes to Eastern Europe as well, we cover most of the Eastern European emerging countries, Latin America, and also Middle East and Africa. In my presentation today, I will be mainly focusing on the results for Middle East and African countries to be more relevant to the workshop. If I start with the main results, so stock market performance. So this is what we did here in this table. So we try to report the performance of stock markets starting from January. You all remember that the outbreak, the COVID, started in December in China, and then it was spread to the rest of the world after that. So here what we try to do, we try to look at what happened exactly in January month, February, March, April, and May. Again, as I mentioned before, so this study has been developed in August 2020 at that time, okay? So looking at some striking numbers that you can see here, for instance, Egypt, in terms of the financial markets. So during March, the Egyptian EGX 30 index has dropped by 26.25. As for Nigeria, for instance, it dropped by 18.75. Morocco, as we just had the presentation on Morocco, for instance, it has dropped by 21.26. Oman 16.52. Why I'm focusing on March is the worst month for all these countries, by the way. So March month was the worst in terms of the impact of outbreak. UAE, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai financial markets have dropped by 23.8 and 31.61 respectively. It's quite a big drop. Now, compare these numbers to what happened during September, October, and November 2008, specifically September and October. You can see overall we have a quite similar drop. I mean, if you compare what happened in Dubai or Abu Dhabi somehow, during October 2008, very similar impact. For Egypt, so the stock market decreased by 26.25% in March. During October, it decreased by 33.19% during the last financial crisis. Which as you can see, the first schedule shows clearly that what happened during the COVID was quite similar to what happened during the financial crisis for several markets, at least from stock market performance perspective. Now, as for the volatility, so we, as I said, we use the GARCH 1.1 model to model the volatility on all these financial markets. And as you can see, a huge increase in volatility in April month. So we saw that March was the worst, but in April, we see that the highest increase in volatility in Egypt. So you can see the volatility has jumped from 9.36% to 16.31%. As for, let's say, the UAE, if you look at the UAE increase, it has increased from 5% in February, 6% in February for Dubai, to 18.79 and 17.35% in April. Quite a big increase in volatility. And then just have in mind, what does that mean in terms of risk management, portfolio management, and so on. In terms of Sukuk issuance, I will skip probably this slide for the time being. So, but as I mentioned, so there is a big drop in the Sukuk issuance during the pandemic as compared to what happened before. So to make sure that we compare things that are comparable, so we took just January till May month in 2020, and we compare this for the same time period in 2019. And overall, we see that there is a drop in the Sukuk issuance all across these countries. What's the impact on the CDS? CDS, as you all know, it stands for Credit Default Swap. And this measures the sovereign or the default risk of any sovereign entity. If you look at what was the increase over the different months, if I take, for instance, India in December to buy CDS, investors used to pay 62 base points. But if you look at what happened in March, so it jumped from 62 base points. In other words, less than 1% to 2.1%, 210 base points. So almost, we can say that almost 4 times what used to be before. The highest reached 292 base points, which means 3%. It's quite impressive, by the way, quite high. For Pakistan, you can see it almost doubled. For several other countries, even Western Europe, you can see the change is huge. If I take Russia, for instance, it jumped from 55 base points in December to around 184 in March 2020. Quite a big increase. Same for Turkey, almost doubled as well. As for, let's say, the Middle East and African countries, if I look at Egypt, for instance, it moved from 277 base points into 653 base points in April, 601 base points in March, almost doubled. Same for all the rest. Lebanon here, it shows a huge increase, but Lebanon is something different because Lebanon had not only the COVID, but also a political crisis at that time. So Lebanon will not interpret that, and we don't look at the increase specifically because it depends on, it was due to other factors, not necessarily the COVID. Now, if you look at Dubai, for instance, the last one, it moved from 91 base points into 294 base points in April, more than 3 times what it used to be in December. So this shows that what the huge impact on the sovereign risk in these countries. Okay. IMF support to emerging countries. Obviously, IMF brought big support, specifically in terms of RCF and RFI to several of these countries. RCF stands for Rapid Credit Facility, and RFI, Rapid Financing Instrument. So you can see with the amount for each of the countries, specifically for few countries in Asia, very few, Eastern Europe, only Bosnia, in Latin America, Ecuador only, and in Middle East and Africa, several of them benefit from these programs, specifically Egypt, Ghana, Jordan, Kenya, Nigeria, and Tunisia. This is again for the Sukuk. So this is a graph that shows, the orange one shows the after COVID, the blue one shows before the COVID, and then if you look at Islamic bond issuance, you can see that there is a kind of drop in overall in the Islamic bond issuances. Now, what kind of fiscal and monetary
2 minutes
policy?
left.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Fiscal and monetary policy responses to the COVID-19 in all these countries. So we try to track that through the IMF COVID-19 responses tracker. So we had we tried to collect that manually. So we try to read comprehensively what is it in the IMF tracker and convert it into variables here, whether there are some, let's say, financial credit policy, taxes policy, a stimulus package for corporate tax, for income tax, and so on. Same here in terms of the monetary policy here, specifically whether there is a monetary easing liquidity provided by the country or central bank or a Ministry of Finance in that country, reduction monetary policy rate, bond repurchase, private business, individuals, and funding. So here we try to track that through the IMF COVID-19 policy tracker, and then we try to get here the information about what are the different policies here. Now, last but not least, probably to talk about this is the most important in the paper. It shows the volatility in these markets, and then bear in mind that this is a financial crisis, more or less 2008-9. Here, same, and this is the last one is the COVID. Now, India, it shows a quite big increase here. Pakistan, same, but it has not reached the financial crisis level in 2008-9. Now, if I move to Poland, for instance, quite a big increase in the volatility during the COVID as compared to the crisis, 2008-9 crisis. Now, interestingly, for Brazil, for instance, if you look at the huge increase in the volatility, it has literally exceeded what happened during the financial crisis somewhere here, 2008 and 9. Now, if you look at Chile, for instance, same. So the COVID had much more impact on the financial market volatility compared to what happened with the financial crisis. And then you can see other countries. Egypt, for instance, it has also a big impact. UAE, same here. Dubai, you can see big increase in the volatility, similar to what happened during the financial crisis. Now, we came up with very basic regression, so to understand they suffered more during the COVID, and then we try to link that to the volatility of these markets during the COVID. So you can see that here overall, so what we have here, stock market return is surrounding the pandemic. So we see that what we see, I mean, the higher the volatility that we see on these financial markets, the higher the return, the drop in return that we can see on these financial markets. Conclusions, so we found significant decrease in stock market performances accompanied by substantial spikes in volatility and climb in CDS premiums. These conditions not yet reached the extreme levels observed during the financial crisis for several countries. The IMF and monetary and fiscal authorities, they provided a lot of assistance in these countries to help these countries recovering from the pandemic. Specifically now, what you can do after a few months or years, or almost 2 years now after the pandemic, so we can look at how efficient, by the way, these policies were. And this is actually the aim of collecting the information about the IMF intervention and also the monetary and fiscal policies that these countries were undertaking during the COVID. Thank you. So I'll stop here and the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And so the discussant is Rebecca Maria Marie from the LSE. So the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. So first of all, let me start by saying extremely interesting paper, an extremely needed paper, very much needed contribution to the literature. I will just quickly summarize the main contribution and structure of the paper, and then I will get onto the comments, and that I will actually frame them knowing that the paper is now completed and submitted and accepted. So more in terms possibly of future research questions to explore as a follow-up to this paper, but at the same time also questions that were solicited really very much by reading the paper that I would like your insight on. So the paper explores the impact of COVID-19 initial shock on the emerging markets financial markets, on emerging markets financial markets, so particularly looks at stock market performance, stock market volatility, sovereign default risk, and corporate and sovereign bond issuance. It explores also the monetary and fiscal responses in emerging markets to COVID-19 initial shock. And the sample is constituted by 45 emerging market countries, included in the main financial market indexes, so countries that have access to financial markets more broadly. And it's observed from the COVID shock impact is observed from January 2020 to May 2020. The contribution is significant, as no previous comprehensive study investigating the impact of COVID-19 on financial markets of significant emerging countries had been done before. It also provides very useful benchmarking of COVID-19 impact to the one of the great financial crises on emerging markets. And it also contributes to a wide range of debates that make the findings very relevant to different strands of literature. So the impact of catastrophes on stock markets, the consequences of the COVID-19 specific pandemic on financial markets, but also emerging markets' responses to crises and recessions more in general. And eventually the policies that can be derived from them as in terms of preventive policies to try to mitigate some of these shocks. The results overall, the text, as very well presented before, the text decreases in stock market performances, spikes in volatilities, climbs in CDS premiums following the COVID-19 pandemic. Although only 30% of the indexes had the larger drop in stock market performance during the COVID pandemic than the global financial crisis, but as EMNES has clarified, this tends to be concentrated in the MENA region, and there the impact is broadly similar. For what concerns in issuance, the paper says that it could be due to the liquidity enhancement measures implemented in the banking sector of such countries amid the economic downturn, and this led corporations, in particular in the reduction in the corporate issuance, to view sukuk particularly as a secondary funding option. For what concerns instead the evolution of the government sukuk issuance that also experienced a substantial drop, this suggests that governments in those regions were actually turning to conventional rather than sukuk bonds in their issuance. And this could be due to the complexity embedded in sukuk issuances, in addition to the risk aversion among investors. So, and finally, the authors report all the measures of fiscal and monetary policy intervention. So the methodology starts with descriptive statistics and then follow up with the panel data analysis approach with fixed effects. That is an appropriate approach to derive insights for multi-country time series jointly. And it adopts also a generalized autoregressive conditional heteroscedasticity model to estimate volatilities. Again, consistent with standard literature approach. So I will say again, very nicely written paper, very important contribution. When I read it, I was wondering about the length of the observation window that you clearly clarified, and currently it captures only the first wave in this paper. So I was wondering, of course, whether a longer observation window would be somehow feasible, and I thought that it would be interesting for benchmarking against the global financial crisis, as particularly in terms of the cumulative impact. So if and the distribution of the impact over time. So if in the global financial crisis, the impact was more concentrated straight after the collapse of Lehman Brothers, was instead in this COVID pandemic, it was more kind of slow burning impact. Particularly, this is relevant as certain countries and emerging markets were not hit as strongly in the first wave, but then ended up getting hit more strongly later. So this, looking just at the first wave, may kind of underestimate the impact for specific markets that then eventually were affected later. Furthermore, then, as you anticipated me, a longer window would allow to estimate also effects from the policy responses that you present in the paper. So it would allow to nicely link this monetary and fiscal responses data to actually the impact on financial markets. And so this what would potentially allow to do. I was wondering also how much of the results are actually driven by the role of foreign holding and the different shares of foreign holding of in the stock market, but also in government and corporate bonds across these emerging market countries. Indeed, there is quite a problem with emerging markets, as particularly in an environment in search for yield, which global yields still are very low. More and more portfolios I started getting higher exposure to emerging markets to obtain higher returns. But they tend also to be less loyal investors. So in times of distress, they are the first one to flee. And this has dramatic consequences also in terms of support to emerging markets during crisis. So I was wondering actually if, first of all, if foreign holding shares have evolved since the financial crisis across different emerging markets, and whether differences in responses could be attributed also to the role of these foreign holding shares. Another point could be controlling more for regional or sector emerging market classification. For instance, looking at the differential responses for oil-exposed emerging markets, oil-dependent emerging markets, in the context of a substantial decrease in the price of oil. So this could be done to look at the heterogeneity across these categories in principle. I was wondering on the bond issuance impact that I found very interesting, and particularly there was a particular strong I found on the supply factors. So it was very nicely discussed how in theory higher financing needs that are triggered by fiscal responses should result in a higher issuance, so a higher need for financing. But this doesn't seem to be matched by the data, indeed, as there is a reduction in issuance overall. So how much of this could actually be driven by demand? So how much of the reduction in bond issuance could be simply driven by the fact that governments tend to be very careful about this, as a failed government auction can send a negative signal to markets. So they would rather be more cautious on not trying to issue something that they know there is not enough demand. And how much of this story could be behind the shifting from sukuk to more conventional sovereign bonds. Finally, on the relationship, I would be interesting to know more if you have some insights on the relationship of the CDS response to government debt levels at the beginning of the pandemic, and also a combination between fiscal responses and infection rate in a forward-looking approach. So whether investors were kind of reacting more in the CDS space to the fact that certain governments had higher government levels to start with, or they were actually somehow reacting more to the fiscal plans and incorporating that in their responses. But so all these comments I'm making still, though, being aware that, of course, there needs to be a balance between the number of controls and regressions and the length of the time series. So, of course, not all of this could have been addressed in the paper because of the limited time window at the time of writing. So that's why even more extending the time series would be necessary, probably, to derive insights on these questions. And that's it from my side. So I'm looking forward to hearing your views on this.
Okay, so perhaps time for a question from the floor, if there is. Somebody want to ask a question? No. So perhaps I think that the persistence of the shock could have been quite interesting, especially ex post, because the great financial crisis has been quite persistent. I'm not sure that the COVID will be as persistent, and given the impact of the reaction of the market after the second and now the fifth wave, it does not seem to be very persistent. So perhaps the question of the persistence could be interesting. Okay, I leave you the floor, Anis, to reply to the comments of Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, for your detailed and thoughtful discussion. I really enjoyed that, by the way. Thank you so much for all these comments. Bertrand, thank you as well for you. I will be mainly answering two of your extremely important pressing questions. Just, I mean, as I said, bear in mind that this paper was developed in August 2020. So we had a few months we were running to make sure that we don't lose ground because a lot of papers are out, and we just try to understand what happened quickly. So that's actually why the paper, I mean, we were invited immediately by Professor Fabosi because he read the paper on SSRN, and he dropped us an email saying that I need the paper. And the paper was accepted in very short time period, which is good for us, I mean, at that point in time. But again, your questions are extremely important. And now we try to look at what you mentioned from a micro perspective, because I mean, the paper was like more or less from macro perspective, what happened on financial markets. Now, we fully agree that the reaction of stocks, firms specifically, is different depending on the ownership, if you have foreign ownership or not. Now, this is what we tried now to do, but on other things, but this is an ongoing research, researching in progress now. So depending on the ownership, and I fully agree, the foreign owners will be the first to probably flee or to not stay longer in terms of crisis, because probably they are facing some liquidity crunch outside. So the first thing they can do, they can get rid of all the foreign stocks to generate some liquidity, and then for other reasons also. So if you have any uncertainty, so you might just try to limit your risk by limiting the investment abroad, not necessarily in your local or domestic country. This is interesting from that we try to look at it, but from micro perspective. So we look at the ownership of these firms, and then what's the impact, and what would be the impact on the reaction of these firms, not only from return perspective, but also from profitability and cost of capital perspective, by the way. So the main thing now, because we know that if you have less foreigners or foreigners who are leaving that company, they need more funding, then everything is equal as their cost of equity specifically be higher. As for the bond issuance, I fully agree with you. It's a topic also. You look at it. What happened exactly for corporate issuance is not only from a Sukuk or Islamic bond perspective, but also from a conventional bond perspective. And several companies were literally postponing their bond issuance, Sukuk and conventional, because the market was suffering. So everyone was scared of how much the market would price my bond. Why would I issue my bonds now? Let's put it on the back burner so that when the time comes, we can issue that. And then many companies, they knew that governments will come up with help programs, kind of the QE programs. So they know that they can benefit from the extra liquidity that the government is going to provide them with, at not only from a quantity perspective, but also from a cost perspective, because several central banks decrease the rates. So they know that they can access to these resources in much easier way because of the COVID at a lower cost. I also like what you mentioned about the CDS, and this is what we thought about to develop. Okay, why would some countries have a much higher increase in CDS as compared to others? And this is, you can link to several factors, including the health system in that country. Not only financial variables, but also other variables that are a little bit far from what you will usually include. Because if you think that if a country that, and not only that, I mean, the digitalization level in that country, and this is what some now studies they look at not only from a government perspective, from a company perspective. So some companies are more digitalized than others, and then specifically for banks, and which banks suffered more, or companies in general. So the ones that are less digitalized, the ones that they are using less digital solutions to sell, to advertise, and so on, and which is an extremely important topic now. And then you can see, how companies, some of the companies, they benefited from the crisis. Actually, they were not literally suffering because they had these ready platforms to quickly shift from whatever they used before into now, and they were the leaders. I mean, think about Amazon, for instance. Think about several other companies. They made a lot of money during the crisis compared to others who were losing money. But again, I really enjoy your comments. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thanks for all for this opportunity.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
the presentation and the comment. So we can jump now to the next paper, which is about Italia and the reshoring and the plant closure during the COVID-19 again. And the talk will be given by Enrico Marvasi from the University of Firenze. So Enrico, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Bertrand. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, I am presenting this paper about reshoring and plant closure in COVID-19 times, evidence from Italian firms. Now, this is a work, a joint work with Enrica Di Stefano and Michele Mancini from the Bank of Italy, Giorgio Giovannetti, a colleague of mine at the University of Florence, and Giulio Vannelli from Paris School of Economics. So I will provide a brief introduction to the topic. I will focus on the empirical evidence that we have about this from Italian multinationals, and then I will put this evidence into theoretical frameworks and discuss a little bit of results and then conclude. So introduction. We know that there's been this big shock, the COVID-19 pandemics, and this came into a phase that was peculiar for different reasons, but it arrived essentially when the major driving forces of international integration had already lost steam. This is a phase that some researchers have called globalization, and this started essentially since the great financial crisis of 2008. World production, nonetheless, it was already heavily reliant on multinationals and on global value chains. It's just the expansion of globalization that has slowed it down. So the pre-COVID scenario was such that the production process was already very fragmented. Trade barriers were essentially low at the world level and relatively stable, with some uncertainty on the international scenario, for instance, because of Brexit or the trade war. And the emerging markets, many of them were already highly integrated into the global economy. Okay, so this is the scenario that we got when COVID-19 arrived. Now, since the pandemic, there's been an explosion of interest in research on the effects of the pandemics. Just to give you a number, the last time I have checked on REPEC, it's a repository of papers, there were more than 21,000 results for COVID-19. And some of these results regard firms' main concerns that are about collapse of demand, increased uncertainty, disruption in supply chains. There is, for instance, a work from Assam et al. 2020. More pronounced impact has been seen on small firms rather than on large firms. There are the papers from Bartik et al., from Farley, from Bloom et al., and co-authors. There is some evidence that international firms and exposure to international trade and global value chains was one of the channels for the transmission of the economic shock. And so international firms suffered more severe losses than domestic ones. This is the paper by Borino et al. And also some works by myself, my co-authors. But also we find evidence that more integrated firms into global value chains also were less, and they recovered faster. Nonetheless, COVID-19 disrupted research and development plans, but not for a small set of great innovators. This is a work by Brancati. Financing constraints also are found to amplify the effects of the shock, and firms expecting long-lasting lockdowns tend to implement costly and permanent responses. Now, this is more or less in a very fast way the evidence that we have. So the question that we ask here is, how did COVID-19 impact the EMNES activities? So COVID-19 has impacted the EMNES activities through several channels. So one is the supply channel. So there has been plant shutdowns and input shortages. One is the demand channel, where face-to-face interaction were blocked and some purchases were postponed. And then there is the policy channel that resulted into of course, lockdowns, some export bans, and some protectionist measures. So many observers in this framework thought the debate started to move around terms such as deglobalization. Some people started talking about reshoring, and also the policy debate started, at least some people started to recommend some reshoring policies. Now, reshoring policies have actually started being discussed in different environments. So, for instance, the EU Parliament post-COVID-19 value chains option for reshoring production back to Europe in a globalized world. It's a document of this year that is discussing this possibility. The Economies also has investigated this in an article. It's a wave of supply chain reshoring around the corner. And in Italy, there has been talking about Decreto Anti-Delocalizzazione. So it's an anti-offshoring decree. So, but in all this debate, there is not much evidence. First, because it's too early, and second, because there is not much data. So we try to bring some evidence, and we ask, is reshoring actually happening? So are EMNES reshoring? So we use the data from the Bank of Italy. There are several data sources, that suggest that firms might not be bring production back home very soon. So the Bank of Italy Sontel survey, the AmCham China survey, the AmCham Shanghai survey, Confederation of Swedish Enterprises. However, even though these surveys do not point towards reshoring, we might expect, and this is, for instance, a work by McKinsey, some reconfiguration of global value chains. There is an article also by the Financial Times about this topic, which is a really hot topic, and they highlight that coronavirus-induced reshoring is not happening. So what is the evidence that we have in this paper? So we have new evidence from Bank of Italy film level data. This is a survey, film level surveys between 2019 and 2021. The Business Outlook survey of industrial and service firms. This was conducted in fall 2020, so after the outbreak of COVID-19. And so we have some information of the reaction of firms. So we identify firms, the M&E status of firms using, considering those that have at least one plant abroad. We have about 3,000 industrial firms with more than 20 workers and about 1,000 non-financial private services firms. We have qualitative information on the performance and of the main economic variables. We link this data with the survey of industrial and service firms conducted during spring 2021, and also get some qualitative and quantitative information relative to 2020, and some other variables that are taken from the previous vintages of the same surveys. So let me be brief here. We have some descriptive statistics that essentially what I'm showing you is descriptive statistics that largely confirm what we already know about multinationals. Well, they are larger, they tend to be older, they have larger revenues, higher productivity, and they're more export-oriented. And so all the standard knowledge is confirmed in our data set. It's a very standard data set, it's representative of Italy. Now, let me focus on this particular question from the survey. Has your company closed one or more production facilities abroad in the last 3 years? Here, only 7% of firms answers yes. And of these 7%, only a small part, 2.6, says that it is reshoring. So our reading of this data is that this doesn't look like a big wave of reshoring. A large majority of firms is not reshoring and is not planning to do that in the next year. So this is a descriptive evidence, but it's the main information that we are missing now. And so it's very interesting to see that. This is consistent with what we observe in this data set, because what we see is that these multinationals that we know are performing better in normal times, they also have been performing better during the crisis. So let me summarize here the main stylized facts. We see that multinationals experienced a smaller drop in revenues in 2020. They outperformed the two-way traders and exporters, especially on sales in foreign markets. Multinationals also switched to remote working more and faster. They realized sales during the crisis for multinationals were even higher than their expectations. So they recovered faster than they expected when the crisis arrived. And lastly, firms involved in global value chains, according to different measures, face some supply shortages, which in some cases even halted production. So they have been hit, but they also recovered faster than firms that were not multinationals. So what makes then, since we see that there is essentially no reshoring, not a big wave of COVID-induced reshoring, we also see that multinationals have faced the crisis better. So what makes multinationals choose to close plants abroad, since some of them did it? So here we did some econometric exercises. They are very simple because the data it's not very big. The number of multinationals is not large. But what we see here is very clear. Here, the dependent variable is closing plants abroad. And we see that there is a positive correlation with tariffs, with Brexit. There is a positive correlation with drop in revenues. We don't see any correlation with the government restriction on production and input shortages during the COVID-19. So what causes firms to stop producing abroad is mostly uncertainty and tariffs on the trade policy scenario rather than the COVID-19 shock per se. So why is reshoring then not chosen by firms? This is a theoretical question that we try to answer. So according to the existing literature, the mechanism intrinsic in the way global value chain works are several. And so this mechanism may induce some level of stickiness in the choices. So for instance, when you do offshoring, there are existing contractual arrangements that are not easily removed. There is relational capital and high specialization with suppliers. And so in general, there are high sunk costs of offshoring. So moreover, the dynamic aspect of firms' behavior matter. So the difference here is between permanent and temporary shock and between the policy uncertainty or not.
So you have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left,
Perfect.
Enrico.
We try to embed this into a theoretical framework. So what we do is relatively standard. We build on recent work by Paul and Truss. We have a Dixit-Stiglitz CS framework with a numerator, homogeneous firms, and manufacturing production can take place domestically or abroad. Now, in order to produce abroad, you have to pay a fixed cost, which is sunk. And you want to maximize profits over several periods. So we embed this framework into a model. We have theoretical model and then a simulation in which firms maximize the expected returns of these multi-period profits. And if they switch location, they must pay a fixed cost. So what we see is that this creates, as one might expect, essentially an area in which firms in order not to pay the fixed costs, since they already paid the fixed costs, they stay offshore rather than reshoring, because it's even in the face of a shock, this is the optimal choice. So in the simulation, we see that this requires that for reshoring, we need a very big shock, or a permanent shock. And so COVID-19 alone may not have these characteristics, but it may have it when you combine that with policy uncertainty. So some lessons and conclusions. Firms' internationalization choices are sticky due to some cost. Stickiness is more likely if the shock is temporary. This is why we may not observe COVID-induced reshoring in the data, and permanent changes in tariffs affecting foreign competitiveness may disrupt global value chains. Okay, so we do not observe reshoring for the moment. There are some theoretical reasons for that. Okay, but we might expect some reconfiguration of global value chains, maybe in the direction of a nearshoring or regionalization. But for this, we need to get more data and wait. And I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Enrico. So the discussion will be led by Shahir Zaki from the University of Cairo. So Shahir, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Bertrand, for the introduction, and thank you, Enrico, for a very interesting presentation. I enjoyed reading the paper a lot on reshoring and this current debate that we're having now at the world level. So I just have some suggestions for the empirical part, especially more than the theoretical one, because the theoretical one I think is very well done. In general, the paper examines, as I said, an interesting and policy relevant question that is debatable now: to what extent European plants shall reshore to other countries or not, and especially to guarantee the flow of supply of intermediate inputs. And the main finding of the paper that given the sunk cost that we have, and that was shown in the theoretical model and even in the empirical work, so given this sunk cost, multinational firms are not likely to reshore in the short term because it's still perceived as a temporary shock rather than a permanent one. So I have some suggestions for the empirical work. First, you classify in the empirical analysis the firms into 3 categories. So multinational enterprises, two-way traders who are that you qualify as firms that are part of a global value chain. And then the third group, which is the reference group, exporters and domestic ones, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's a bit difficult to assume that exporters and domestic firms are comparable and can be considered as the reference category. So I don't know if it's due to a limited number of observation of one of the 2 categories, but I think it will be better to have the reference category as domestic firms only, and then include another dummy variable for single exporters, not the two-way traders. And then I was wondering also whether in your data set you have a category of, because you distinguish between multinational enterprises and two-way traders, those that import and export at the same time. I was wondering whether we have a mix of both, meaning that multinational firms that at the same time in your data set export and import, and if that's the case, how they are traded. And then among the controls in the empirical part, you included both labor productivity and employment. And I was wondering whether labor productivity is constructed based on the employment variable, and that's why we always get one of them just that is significant. So perhaps you might want to include just productivity, or perhaps size dummies. But I think including the 2 variables that are more or less measuring the same thing or based on the same variable, that explains why we get in some cases insignificant variables. And then I mean, in your trade policy part, you just focused on tariffs and the fear of Brexit. And I think also it will, especially that we're talking about the COVID period, it will be important to include non-tariff measures. And I think one of the potential data sets that you can use is the one of the UNCTAD that was recently developed, and that includes most of the non-tariff measures that have been imposed on different sectors, especially in the COVID period. And I think this will really show to what extent we're going to have a more comprehensive story of trade policy rather than just focusing on tariffs of the US. And then it was not really clear in the paper why the number of observations decreased from 2,000 to 200 when you run the regression for the closure variable. Because I think in this case, perhaps we have a selection bias for those firms that have been that suffered from a potential a closure or a potential closure. So perhaps in this case, I don't know whether your data set allows you to do that, but perhaps you might want to run something similar to a Heckman selection model in 2 steps, where the second step just focuses on those who are who effectively closed or suffered from some closures when the pandemic started. Another extension, perhaps, that I think some sectors of interest might be taken into consideration on their own, because even if we look from a trade policy perspective, for instance, the pharmaceutical sector and the medical supplies experienced a lot of liberalization during this period. So to what extent the performance of multinational enterprises operating in these sectors was different from other enterprises. And other sectors were also very resilient, because during this period, I mean, with the lockdowns, one of the anecdotal evidence is that food consumption has increased in several countries, and most of the firms operating in the processed food sector also were rather different from other sectors. So to what extent also this holds in the case of the multinational enterprises of Italy. Minor comments, I think I was wondering to what extent perhaps it might be interesting to reorganize the paper by starting with the theoretical model and reach an estimable equation that will be then applied on the empirical part, just to have a more structural version of your estimation. And then I will send you the slides, because I think there are some inconsistencies in the write-up itself when the write-up is compared to the empirical findings in the paper. So with that, I will stop here. And again, very interesting paper, and I hope the comments are useful.
Thank you very much, Shahir. Perhaps we have some question from the floor. No question. So perhaps a comment from my side to try to see the impact of the Brexit, or perhaps because okay, the COVID and the Brexit arrive synchronously. Perhaps okay, I don't say that there is a causal effect, but what in terms of reshoring, how is it? Because if you look at the financial center in France and Belgium and Netherlands, it's more the Brexit that impacted the reshoring rather than the COVID. So how to identify both shocks, and do you think it should not be some collinearity between both? But that's simply a comment. So Enrico, perhaps you can reply to the comment of Shahir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Bertrand. Thank you, Shahir, for your comments. They are on point. Yeah, about the data, essentially the main issue that we have is that this is an ongoing survey. And so the information is quite limited. And this is even more limited because of all the firms that you observe, as you know, only a small share of that is producing abroad, as some plants abroad. And so that's why in some estimates, we focus only on multinationals, and there the number of observation drops. This is the main limits of this data. We may try to do some checks. I agree that in some cases we might have some form of selection bias, because we want to look at the firms that are already abroad, and we know that they are self-selected. So this is something that we have in the model, and we know from the data. So then about labor productivity and employment, yeah, you're right. There might be an issue with that. We have also thought about it. So we actually did some robustness checks with the different variables, but actually we don't see many changes. So we decided to keep them both as controls. About tariffs and also Brexit, now this is a good information that we have from the data set, because these are the firms that are answering whether Brexit and tariffs are of concern for them. So this is observed at the firm level. Now, I agree that non-tariff measures are important, but the only way in which we could fit that into the data set is at the product or sector level, which is, of course, more aggregate than an answer from the firm telling me whether non-tariff measures matter for them. But we may see what happens. Okay, and then about having the theoretical part before the empirical part, we actually started in that way. So we were thinking about developing the paper in this way, and then have like getting a structural equation to test. But then we thought exactly along the lines of your comments that the empirical facts that we get with this data are not, we don't have essentially enough data to actually test the model. So we prefer to use the data as suggestive evidence and then use the theory to explain why we see that result. But thank you for your comments. Very, very, very nice, and we will keep them into account in the new version of the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrico. Thank you, Shahir, for your discussion and your presentation. So we can move to the next paper, which is on the human development and the importance of the public health expenditure. And the presenter is Ronald Miranda-Lescano. And so, Ronald, you have 15 minutes to present your paper.
Thank you. I think you can see the screen. Right. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Miranda.
We don't see the screen. We can hear you, but I don't see your screen. The presentation. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Miranda. I'm a research assistant at Universidad de la República, Uruguay. I will obtain my PhD in Applied Economics at Universitat Autònoma Barcelona last week. First of all, I would like to thank the scientific committee of the conference for giving me the opportunity to present here. Today, I'm going to present the paper, Human Development and Decentralization, the Importance of Public Health Expenditure, that is co-authored with Oriol Roca from Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona and Leonel Munielo from Universidad de la República. This is the outline of the presentation. First of all, I'm going to talk about the objectives, motivation, and contribution of the paper. Then I'm going to describe the data and empirical strategy used. After that, I'm going to report the main result, including some robustness tests. And finally, I'm going to present the main concluding remarks. So the capacities of government to improve economic and human development is a major societal concern being the public expenditure on health and education, probably one of the main instruments to improve the quality of life of citizens. However, the impact of these public policies is not just a matter of the amount of the total general government expenditure. Also, one important dimension is the extent to which public expenditure is decentralized. Over the past decades, there has been a global trend across countries toward fiscal decentralization with the objective of improving the citizen welfare and economic development. Surprisingly, there is a lack of empirical literature on the effects of fiscal decentralization on variables reflecting human welfare, such as poverty, per capita PPP income, or the Human Development Index. A recent survey from Canary 2021 report that much of the empirical contribution has considered the impact of decentralization on economic growth and governance, and less studies have considered the effect of decentralization on other development outcomes. So the objective of this paper is to empirically analyze the impact of health and education government spending at central and subnational level on human development as measured as the Human Development Index and its three components, health, education, and income, in a sample of developed and developing countries over the period 2000-2018. This paper contributes to the human development and fiscal policy empirical literature in two ways. Third, we do the first attempt to examine the relationship between decentralized health and education expenditure and human development using updated data of an extended sample of developed and developing countries. Secondly, we explore in depth the underlying determinant of the Human Development Index and each of their dimensions, considering a cross-country perspective. Regarding to the data used, our main variable of interest is human development, as measured by the Human Development Index and its three components, income, health, and education. The Human Development Index is calculated at the geometric mean of life expectancy, education, and income indices. We obtain public expenditure disaggregated variable from the fiscal decentralization dataset and the government financial statistic classified by economic function by IMF. We consider three categories of spending: health, education, and other expenditure at the general government, central government, and subnational government level as a share of the GDP. Based on the availability and quality of data, being the decentralization data the main restriction, we built a panel of 57 countries during the 2000-2018 period, considering annual and 5-year means data. We consider 5 years mean data to capture the potential structural relationship between the key variables of interest. This is our sample of 57 developed and developing countries, which include all European countries and also United States, Australia, New Zealand, some African countries such as Egypt and South Africa, and some Asian countries such as China, Japan, Russia. So this is our empirical model. We regress the Human Development Index on a set of explanatory factors. Specifically, we focus on the effect of the government spending on the Human Development Index, considering first the general government expenditure on health, education, and other expenditure, and second, the central government and subnational government expenditure on health, education, and other expenditure. Additionally, we estimate this equation for each dimension of the Human Development Index. This is considered life expectancy, education, and income separately as a dependent variable. In this model, we include some control variable, period fixed effects, and we estimate this model using a OLS based on panel corrected standard errors that are robust to heteroscedasticity and serial correlation. So to show the result from the estimation of the Human Development Index on a set of explanatory factors, considering annual and 5 years means data, columns 1 and 3 for the general government expenditure variable, and columns 2 and 4 for the central government and subnational government expenditure variable. We find that the health expenditure have a positive and significant impact of the Human Development Index, but in the case of the education expenditure, the result is not conclusive. The control variable show the expected sign, and in the case of the federalism variable, which is related with political decentralization, so have a positive effect on the Human Development Index. So responsibility and the decision process is important to enhance the Human Development Index. So to clarify the different impact of the government expenditure variable on the Human Development Index, in Table 3, we report the result from the estimation of the 3 Human Development Index components separately as the dependent variable. The result confirm a positive and significant impact of health expenditure at general government, central government, and subnational government level on the 3 Human Development Index component. In other words, health expenditure, no matter the level of public administration that is responsible for this spending, clearly improve human development, increasing life expectancy, year of schooling, and income per capita. Probably life expectancy by better provision of health services, the education or year or schooling, children who enjoy a good health have the potential to attend school more regularly. And in the case of income, healthy people have the potential to be more productive at work. In the case of the education expenditure, we only confirm a positive effect on the knowledge component of the Human Development Index, but the impact in the other dimension is mixed, depend on the level of decentralization considered, and is not always robust. In this study, we also consider different exercise. So we analyze the potential role of the quality of governance on the Human Development Index. We also analyze the potential long-run impact of the different government spending variable on the Human Development Index by introducing a different lag structure of the government expenditure variable. To address endogeneity issues, we estimate our baseline model using two-state least square method, instrumented the potential endogenous variable with the lag value. We also analyze the inclusion of different political decentralization variables and also the inclusion of other potential confounding variables, namely investment and fractionalization. In all these cases, the main result remains still valid. I'm only going to show the role of the quality of governance. So the quality of the governance could foster the economic performance or control of corruption, can improve the efficient provision of public health and service and education service. So we consider 2 alternative measures, one from the worst governance indicator, that is a simple average of 4 dimensions: government effectiveness, rule of law, regulatory quality, and control of corruption. And in the case of the measure of ISRG, this international country risk die, we consider a 3-dimension law and order, bureaucratic quality, and control of corruption. They have a positive and significant impact on the Human Development Index, and we don't include in the main case because this variable is highly correlated with several control variables, such as urban population, democracy, and health expenditure. And the result in the case of health expenditure remains still valid. So for reason of time, I don't go to show the other robustness check, but I will be very happy to discuss some of them at the discussion. So to conclude, we find that public health expenditure, no matter the level of public administration that is responsible for this spending, clearly improve human development, while in the case of the public education expenditure, the effects remain unclear. We only confirm a positive and significant impact on the knowledge component of the Human Development Index. Our funding are robust to different lag structure of the government expenditure variable and alternative estimation technique that attempt to deal with the problem of reverse causality and also the presence of ratio potential confounding variable. Several important policies implications emerge from this research. First, committing more public resource to improve the health of the citizen is a good policy to accomplish a higher level of human development. Secondly, our result may also be understood as an indication that decentralizing health spending to subnational authorities is not harmful for the human development. So that is all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. You're sharp on time. It's 30. So the discussant is Raúl Ramos from the University of Barcelona. And Raúl, you have 10 minutes to discuss the paper.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper. I will now share my screen in order to show some slides. I hope that you can see it. Okay, so yes. Thank you. So as we have already seen from Ronald's presentation, that was very clear and very detailed, the main contribution of the paper is a consideration of this differential impact on HDI and its different components of public health and education policies, depending on the level of decentralization. Okay, so depending on what is the government level that provides the services. And here, as far as I understood the paper, there are only two possibilities, national versus subnational, which involves at the same time regional and local. And I think that this is an important point that I will focus later on. The empirical evidence is based on a sample of 57 countries for most of the results that are in the paper, covering a period that is relatively long, and that goes from 2000 to 2018. The econometric methodology is based on panel data techniques, and as you have seen, it includes several robustness checks. We have seen that in the presentation by Ronald, there were more points in the supplementary material than in the main presentation, which is a sign that the econometric analysis has been done in a very professional way. Let me just mention that some of the robustness checks here involve using different lags, using, as we have seen, annual and 5-year averages, applying different estimation methods based on two-stage least squares. So a very complete analysis. The paper is very complete from that perspective. So some comments that I will group into just only 2 points, but I will develop further. The first one is that something that was not present in the presentation for reasons of time, but I think that it also worth a reading of the paper is the literature review. The literature review is very well written and very well structured. There is a part of the literature review that focuses on theoretical mechanisms through which decentralization could have both positive and negative effects on outcomes. And this is very interesting to see how, depending on the view of the different agents involved, the outcomes could be so different. And then there is a second part that summarizes the empirical literature review, the empirical works that have dealt with this issue. And this appeared at some point into this presentation, but there are much more details there. So what I miss, both in the paper and into this presentation, is a stronger connection between this section and the discussion of the results. Okay, let me come back to this idea of whether decentralization could be very different if it's carried out at the regional or at the local level. For instance, in terms of accessibility, okay, accessibility is very important in order both for health and education, but this is something that, as far as I understood from the limitations in the data set, cannot be considered, but this will probably determine that there is a positive effect of these variables of decentralization in these two policies on the outcomes that we are considering. While some mechanisms that could drive this negative relation are also related to this regional versus local, when in the literature review you are talking about the possibility of rent-seeking behaviors by politicians. Okay, so I think that this is something that it's not properly developed from my perspective in the discussion of the results, and particularly in the policy implications. This is a key issue, particularly in relation to the role of education. Okay? I mean, as far as the results for health are very robust and are in line with the literature, the results for education are not so robust. You have some models where education is non-significant, non-statistically significant, some others where it has a positive effect, some others where it's negative. So there is no clear picture on that. But in your paper, you don't provide a tentative explanation of why the result is found, particularly when you enter into the analysis of the different components. Well, there is a huge literature at the individual level that relates, for instance, education with life expectancy, while you don't find this in aggregate data. Okay, so I miss here a further explanation of the results. Okay, the second point I want to mention is about one additional robustness check that, okay, you have done a lot, but of course, referees are always willing to have more. This is related to the issue of the impact of the Great Recession on fiscal restrictions and debt consolidation. Okay, in several countries, the burden of the crisis impacted much more on local regional governments than on the central ones. And this is something that happened for sure in Spain, in Greece, and Italy, and health policies, as we have seen now during the COVID-19 pandemics, were severely affected by this crisis. So this is something that is not currently covered in your analysis. I don't know if you can easily introduce that dimension. Okay, as far as I see, it would be relatively easy to check if there are different results depending on the subperiod that you are considering. But of course, the first point that you can start is just looking at using descriptive analysis at the evolution of the levels of expenditures at the different levels in the countries, and see if there are changes in the distribution of expenditure between and after the crisis. I think that this is a very nice extension of what you are doing. Of course, this also relates to the heterogeneity in your sample. Okay, you have shown a map where we have seen that the sample is quite diverse in terms of the level of development of the countries. But it could be also that there are some kind of non-linear effects on expenditure depending on this level of development. And this is something that you could also easily introduce by looking at separate samples and checking the interactions between some of the variables in your model. Okay, so I don't want to extend more, just to congratulate both for the paper and for the recent PhD defense that took place last week, as you were saying. Congratulations for that. And I really encourage the audience to have a look at the paper. It's very well written, and it's also very detailed in terms of the data set used, the difficulties encountered, and the econometric analysis performed. So thank you. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Raul, for the discussion. So we have some time left to have discussion from the floor, if there can be any. So I think I do fully agree with your nonlinear comment. I think it's important to have linear because especially when you think about a network, development network between public expenditure, that's so important to have nonlinear, and we observe threshold above which it goes, and it depends on the development of the country. I think also one side question could be instead of working on decentralization or centralization, to have an optimal degree of centralization. Perhaps it's intermediate for the health sector. For example, we see in most of European countries that you have regional agency and national agency. What is the balance you can find? And I think that could be quite interesting to try to have a model to determine the optimal an optimal degree of centralization for the development, and to try to estimate. Okay, that's another story, but I think that could be quite interesting. But okay, Ronald, you have perhaps 5 minutes to answer to give some comment and reaction to the discussion and to reply.
Thank you very much. I am very grateful with Raúl Ramos for all of these important comments and questions and suggestions, and very nice line to follow and to improve the paper related with the connection of the section and the discussion of the result. I completely agree with you. I can improve it. I have to work on it because it's probably to be published in the paper, and in any moment I have to improve this section, and it's nice to hear this important comment. Regarding to the role of education, this is a very important point, and this is a challenge in this paper. We have some regarding to this point. We don't have information of private education, so for this reason we probably have missed some bias in the estimation of the coefficient of education. We also have some doubt regarding to the sample of countries with and the education at central and national level. How have what effect can have of the Human Development Index, because our sample have some countries such as China, Russia, and we don't know exactly how is the role of subnational government expenditure or on education on the Human Development Index. Also, when in the case of education, probably have a lag effect on the Human Development Index. When we consider the lag structure of the government expenditure, we observe a better result as we have considered the contemporaneous effect. The central government and national government have the expected sign in the education expenditure on the Human Development Index, but it's only considered the lag structure, or when we estimate with two-state least square. So we think our main result and main contribution and the more robust result is related with health expenditure, and we can control enough the effect of education expenditure. So this is a very important point, and this is one of the limitations or the most weakest point of the paper. This is a key point for the discussion. It's a good idea to analyze the subperiod. We don't consider, we only control for time period, fixed effects, but we don't consider separate the periods. It's as you say, we can do in the short term, and we have another check of the model, or some interesting result could be from do that. And related with the nonlinearity effect and of the level of development, we can try it. We don't do it, but it's a good exercise to do, and I think we have can obtain good conclusions. We only do some analysis on interaction term between government expenditure variable and the quality of governance. but we are discussing this because it's not in the main paper, in the version of the paper, but we do that, but we don't have a clear explanation yet from the result that we obtain. So for this reason, we don't include in the main paper, but also I can try to do this with the level of the development of each country. Is a good point. And related with the last comment of Bertrand, this is a very nice comment. The optimal degree of decentralization is a very good topic to explore. It's not the main focus of the paper, but it's a good suggestion for the agenda, because the agenda on this paper, I think it could be very relevant. So I appreciate so much all the comments. The paper is, you have my mail, so you can write, and the paper is available if you want to read. I will be very happy to share it. Thank you very much.
But thank you very much, Ronald and Raul. We arrived to the end of the session, the first session of the afternoon. So I want to thank all the presenters and all the discussants for the nice talks. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And let me welcome you to this closing session of the EMNES 2021 conference. I'm Cinzia Alcidi, I'm Director of Research at CEPS. And together with Rima Yadi, my friend and colleague, we have prepared this conference. Actually, I have to say that I'm extremely grateful to the EMEA team for making this conference possible. They have done an incredible effort, and I think it was very successful. So we come at the end of 2 days with 2 keynote speeches, very interesting, a presentation of 14 very good papers. And by the way, at the end of this session, we will have a moment in which the 2 best papers will be awarded. And for all of the papers, there is the possibility actually to make a submission to a journal, Applied Economics Quarterly, and the possibility to then get a publication in a special issue devoted to the conference. That said, I would like to start this session. This is a policy session. So in a sense, we are going to switch to a bit different tone, if you allow me, and also a bit of a different topic. The topic of this session is climate. And we would like to have a discussion on the green transition in the Mediterranean and Africa, and look at what opportunities and challenges we can see after the Glasgow Climate Pact. Indeed, only a few weeks ago, the COP26 meetings in Glasgow ended it. The assessment, the overall assessment of the COP26, if you want, is quite mild. And not everyone is really very happy. And in fact, there are a bit 2 sides. So there is a pact, and there is a commitment in reducing carbon emissions. So in this sense, something positive happened. However, the meeting basically didn't reach the objective which were initially set, and in particular because of the opposition of China and India, full commitment to basically limit the increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees was not reached. Sorry, can I ask everyone to mute him or herself? There is some background noise. Thank you. So this is a bit of the background, and against this background, we would like to have a bit of discussion on the general situation, the general debate about climate change, with a particular focus on Africa. And for this, we have an excellent panel of speakers, very complementary, which I think can bring in different points of view and different expertise, which could fit our thinking. This is really an issue where a lot of further thinking, other than further action, is actually needed. I would like to start with Colin Fullenkamp. Is Director of Undergraduate Studies and Professor of the Practice in Economics at Duke University in the United States. Welcome, Colin. Very happy to see you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, very well.
Great.
And then we have Nathalie Hilmy. She's Head of Environmental Economics at the Centre Scientifique de Monaco. She's an expert in macroeconomics and international finance. But I understand her main focus now is on environmental issues. Very welcome, Nathalie.
Hello.
And then I hope we have with us Fatuma. Is she connected?
Yes, I am.
Hello. Hi, Fatuma Hussein. She's a program manager at PowerShift Africa. PowerShift Africa is a think tank based in Nairobi and focusing on climate, in particular on how to mobilize climate action in Africa. And then last but not least, Cynthia Echave. She's project coordinator and senior researcher at the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association in Barcelona. She's not an economist. It's good to have different views. She is actually an architect, and but she's specialized in energy and environment. So I think we have a great and very diversified panel. I'm very looking forward to discuss with you. I would like to invite each of the 4 speakers to share their thoughts on the post-Glasgow, but also to bring in their expertise and maybe a specific angle in trying to better understanding the opportunities and the challenges of the green transition in Africa. I would like to start with Conan. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. It's a great privilege and a pleasure to be here. I'm going to share my screen and share a few thoughts on the post-COP landscape for climate change. And as Cinzia said, the outcomes of the COP were not widely praised. There's a lot of controversy about them. And that's why I wanted to start my comments by saying that there are reasons for what I call coptimism on the climate, that despite the lack of strong action coming out of the COP, there were nonetheless some very significant developments, I think, if you look at what the participants were talking about and what some of the sentiments were that were coming out of the COP. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about those reasons. First, one of the things that is becoming increasingly clear from the COP process, and I think really became clear at COP26, is that the private sector and NGOs will have to take the lead on climate change. The lack of government leadership, I think, has disappointed a lot of people. In my personal opinion is that trust that governments would lead it would be a bit misplaced. That's not to say that governments don't have a very important role to play here, but they're just not going to be the leaders in every aspect. That's going to be left to civil society in the private sector and NGOs. And so I think there's a growing sense that the private sector is realizing that they have to take that leadership role. And that leads into my second point, which is that there's actually evidence that they're taking that role seriously now. And I think this is a very positive development for the fight against climate change. If we look at the surge in interest in ESG, so-called ESG investing, environmental, social, and governance investing, companies are taking that seriously. There's a lot of money behind this ESG investing, and companies are realizing that they need to listen to these investors. In addition, we've seen company after company start to talk about carbon reduction commitments. Now, again, these can just be idle talk, they can be window dressing, they can be greenwashing. But if there's serious public scrutiny, if there's serious financial commitments behind this, then this is reason for optimism. I think so far we've seen that there really is a serious amount of scrutiny taking place, that people are not letting companies get off easy, and the private sector is really starting to take this very seriously. So not only is the private sector needing to step into that leadership role, they're actually indicating they are stepping into that leadership role. One of the things that governments can do, of course, is continue to support that, facilitate that through things like helping to set standards, helping to increase the transparency and ensure that when private sector makes claims that they follow through on them. So I think those are two complementary developments that are reasons for optimism coming out of the COP. Finally, one of the other things that came out that's especially of interest to my co-authors and me, given our economic and research interests, was that in COP26, we see a full acknowledgement that nature is really an ally in combating climate change and not just a victim of that. This is an extension of what happened at COP25 over a year ago, when people talked about the ocean a lot and how the ocean had been thought of as a victim of climate change, and that's certainly the case, but the ocean is actually also an ally, a source of help in the fight against climate change. And one of the things that comes out of COP26 was that this discussion was broadened to all of nature. And I think that's a very exciting development, because when we're facing a challenge that is as pervasive and huge as climate change, we need to collect all the resources we can. We can't neglect anything, and nature is one of these very important resources. So I think these are some really good reasons to be optimistic coming out of the COP that we're really actually making progress, even though it's not necessarily in the form of governmental commitments. We're seeing civil society start to really become serious about this. And I think that gives us more hope that we can actually achieve some of our climate change goals. So let me move on to an example that's more aligned with some of the interests of my colleagues and co-authors and I. And we're going to, this example I want to give you is the nature-based solutions as an example of private sector leadership, and to try to link it to what it could really mean for the Mediterranean and African region. When I talk about nature-based solutions, what we're really talking about is the creation of new markets for nature services. And nature provides all kinds of ecosystem and other services. And we're finally starting to realize that these are incredibly valuable. And we're actually starting to put our money where our mouth is to actually put a price tag and actually get some value and put value on these nature services. Of course, it's starting in the carbon markets because of the pressure to find sources to relieve our carbon problem. And so there's carbon capture markets coming out of nature now, and they go well beyond the land-based forests that everybody's been talking about for several years. These are resources such as plant resources like mangroves, kelp, and seagrass. The research that my colleagues and I have been doing show that these can sequester immense amounts of carbon and can be great allies when they are properly conserved and restored. In addition, other types of keystone species in the animal world, such as elephants, whales, and even other ones that research is ongoing about, can also contribute significantly to increase carbon capture and storage in nature. And so these are going to be really important sources to help us in fight climate change, and we're building markets around those. In addition, there are other nature services such as biodiversity where markets are really starting to catch on. These are harder markets to create, but they are coming. They are going to be coming in the next few years. And as we have nature markets developing, they're going to be supporting markets. Markets like insurance. For example, if we have better protections on whales to understand and recognize and reward their carbon capture services, there's going to be better insurance markets that are created to help protect the whales. So these are exciting, I think, and can play a big role in the fight against climate change, because part of the idea behind nature markets is that it creates a positive and inclusive vision for fighting climate change, in which we can get support both for the conservation and the restoration of biodiversity in nature, but also support for the communities where the resources are located. That is to say, if these markets are well developed and well structured, then we can have monies flowing to the local communities to create jobs, to support people who take care of nature. And that's a really positive view of one aspect of the way to fight climate change. I think one of the problems that we've been having with the policies behind climate change is that they have been very negative. Oh, you're going to have to pay incredibly high carbon taxes on everything that you do. We're going to have to cut our consumption and change our ways of life in ways that are very unpleasant. And those are certainly part of the solution. Don't get me wrong again, but part of what we need to do is get people excited about a positive vision. Yes, we can fight climate change. We can do it in a way that is going to be beneficial to people, especially people at the lowest end of the income distribution. We can fight climate change in a way that's actually going to create jobs and make a better future for many, many people. And I think it's an incredibly important part of what we need to do to fight climate change, particularly in this region where you have such a young population that needs to have a better outlook for the future, that needs to have a promise that life is going to be better. There is going to be a place for me. There is going to be a job for me. So I think that's one of the exciting reasons why I'm really in favor of thinking about nature-based solutions and nature markets as a way forward to help us fight climate change. And indeed, and I'll wrap it up after this, I think that the Mediterranean region and Africa can be a centerpiece, a showcase for nature-based solutions. Certainly the Mediterranean Sea itself is in need of conservation restoration that can actually contribute significantly to the carbon capture and storage and help fight the climate change problem. Again, is this a complete solution? Absolutely not. But I think it is an important part of the solution. And moreover, it's an important part of helping us have a positive and optimistic view of the future that I think will get more people behind the fight against climate change. Thanks very much. Those are my comments.
Many thanks for this interesting and novel view on how actually to fight climate change. I would like to move now to Natalie. Natalie, please, the floor is yours.
You're muted.
Natalie, we can't hear you. I think you are on mute.
Okay, sorry. I will share my screen. Sorry, I have to find now. Sorry, I'm looking for my presentation.
Natalie, do you want me to no, sorry.
Yeah, I thought you were going to share it, so this is why it was not open. Can you see it now? I don't know. Can you see my presentation?
No, I can't see you.
Not yet, okay. I'm trying.
Okay, now yes. Now
Yeah.
I can see your screen.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So thank you for inviting me, and I will present the key messages from the first Mediterranean assessment report by the MEDEC, in which I was lead author. Oh, now I don't know why it's not, okay. Okay, now it's better. Okay. MEDEC is an expert network on climate and environmental changes in the Mediterranean basin. The MEDEC ambition is to develop a scientifically robust assessment of the risk associated with climate and environmental change in the Mediterranean basin based on published research, and the regional science policy interface on climate and environmental change in the Mediterranean approved by policymakers. Virtually all subregions of the Mediterranean basin on land and in the sea are impacted by recent anthropogenic changes in the environment. Main drivers of change include climate change, temperature, rainfall, extreme events, sea level rise, and acidification, but also pollution, unsustainable land sea use, and alien invasive species. In most areas, both natural ecosystems and human livelihood are affected. Impacts are highly likely to be exacerbated in coming decades, especially if global warming exceeds 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. Significantly, enhanced efforts are needed for mitigation and adaptation in the region. Due to anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, climate is changing in the Mediterranean basin, historically and projected by climate models, exceeding global trends. Today, annual mean temperature on land and sea in the Mediterranean basin are 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than in pre-industrial times. Until 2100, temperatures are projected to rise by additional 3.8 to 6.5 degrees Celsius for high emission scenario, and by 0.5 to 2 degrees Celsius for a scenario compatible with the UNFCCC Paris Agreement. On land and in the sea, heat waves will intensify in both duration and peak temperatures. Mean sea level rise mean sea level has risen by 6 centimeters during the last 20 years, currently rising 2.88 per year. This trend is likely to accelerate by the global rate of 43 to 84 centimeters until 2100, but possibly more than 1 meter. These conditions apply to the Mediterranean. Despite strong regional variation, summer rainfall will likely be reduced by 10 to 30% in some regions, enhancing existing water shortages and decreasing agricultural productivity. Agriculture is the largest user of water in the Mediterranean region. Climate change impacts water resources in combination with demographic and socio-economic drivers, reducing runoff and groundwater recharge, water quality, increasing conflicts among users, and risk of ecosystem degradation. Demand for irrigation is expected to increase, but by 4 to 18% by 2100. Demographic change, including the growth of the large urban centers, could enhance this demand by 22 to 74%. This adaptative potential in the improvement of water use efficiency and reuse. The Mediterranean region holds 60% of the world's growing area for durum wheat, pasta, and couscous.
Natalie, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a lot of background noise.
Sorry. Now is it better?
Yeah, now it looks better. Yeah,
okay.
I think it's better.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so crop. Sorry, what happened? No, I was here. Demand for irrigation. No, this is already done. Crop yield reductions are projected for the coming decades in most current areas of production and for most crops. Irrigation demand may not be met. Sea level rise will increase risk of salinization. Yield losses will potentially be worsened by emerging pest or pathogens. There is large adaptation potential in changing farming practices and management to agroecological methods. The agroecology transition also has important potential for climate change mitigation through increased carbon storage in soils. Marine ecosystems and their biodiversity are impacted by overfishing, warming, acidification, and the spread of non-indigenous species from tropical waters. Expected consequences include increased jellyfish outbreaks, reduced commercial fish stocks, and general biodiversity loss due to altered psychologically and ecology of most marine organisms. Total landings from fisheries have declined 28% since 1994. There is potential for mitigating these impacts to improve conservation in marine protected areas, more sustainable fishing practices, and by reducing pollution from agriculture, urban areas, and industry. During the last 40 years, biodiversity changes and species loss have led to homogenization and the general simplification of biotic interactions. Wildfire risk increases due to drought and land abandonment. Half of the wetland area has already been lost or degraded. This trend is expected to continue to warming and sea level rise. Increase of dryland area and areas burnt during wildfire are expected. Human health is already impacted by high temperatures and pollution. The combined impact of expected environmental change increase risks for human health from heat waves and food shortages. Risk concern vector-based respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. Risk particularly impact disfavored populations, including the elderly, young children, and people with low income. Mediterranean countries have significant potential to mitigate climate change through an accelerated energy transition, implying the phase out of fossil fuels and accelerated development of renewables. This energy transition, in line with the Paris Agreement, requires a significant transformation of the energy and economic model in the Mediterranean region. Northern countries advance towards this transition by gradually diversifying their energy mix, improving energy efficiency, and enlarging the fraction of renewables. Eastern and Southern countries still lag behind in these developments. Around 2040, the share of renewables could triple to reach 13 to 27%. Enhanced regional energy market integration and cooperation are crucial to enable cost-effective climate change mitigation. The effects of climate change in the Mediterranean basin are asymmetric. In the northern and western part of the Mediterranean, situation is heterogeneous, but historical responsibility of greenhouse gas emissions since industrial revolution is objectively higher than southern and eastern part. The EU is facing impacts of climate change, but societies are globally less vulnerable. The less developed countries, and mostly located in southern and eastern Mediterranean countries, suffer the consequences of climate change with greater effects. Climate change can be an added challenge when a country is already facing structural issues of poverty rate, weakness of infrastructure and social services, critical demographic changes, high unemployment, economic informality and immigration, political instability, corruption, and spatial inequality with fast urbanization. All Mediterranean countries are nevertheless facing cross-cutting common issues, such as biodiversity preservation, sustainable development of tourism, commercial links related to food production and consumption, stock of fish, blue carbon, energy production, political stability, migration, and security. Their interests are linked because they share a common resource. To prevent environmental and social imbalances linked to climate change, it will be necessary for governments of Mediterranean countries to jointly define strategies for adaptation and mitigation. Climate justice concept is then relevant in order to promote policies implemented in a coordinated manner by all the countries involved in the Mediterranean basin in order to comply with the Paris Agreement. It will be difficult to achieve the objectives of national contributions without such coordinations. Thank you.
Many thanks, Nathalie, for this very rich overview about the situation in the Mediterranean and the main issues at stake. I would like now to move to Fatuma, and I would like to hear a bit more of the perspective from Africa. Fatuma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you also to the organizers for organizing this timely conversation and for inviting PowerShift Africa into this discussion. As you said, I work in the PowerShift Africa team, and we lead Africa in mobilizing climate action and the shift in energy and climate policies towards zero carbon. So as you might have seen in the discussion in Glasgow, the people of Africa, of course, have presented their case. They suffer disproportionately from the effects of climate change, which they have contributed minimally. They are one of the most vulnerable regions of the world. They presented clear demands with regards to ambitious action aligned to 1.5 temperature goal, of course, with rich countries expected to be taking the lead on issues of mitigation, requests for fulfilling promises that have been made on climate finance, enhancing action on adaptation, loss and damage, amongst others. So we've seen progress, and I don't want to lament that. I think the previous speaker said we see the whole package as well being a step in the right direction. More could have been achieved, but of course that was part of the differences in countries that played out in Glasgow. We were particularly disappointed with the outcomes around finance, which of course, the requirement for the 100 billion has never been achieved, and that's been postponed to 2023. Loss and damage and what we call for has not been achieved. But overall, we would say it's a step in the right direction. I particularly wanted to focus on the historic reference to fossil fuel phase down, particularly of coal, and the need to phase out fossil fuel subsidies, and the recognition that support will be required for just transition. We see that as a very important move in the right direction, demonstrating political will over the world, dealing with the principal cause of climate change. Of course, the language has been weakened, but at least is a step in the right direction. As you all know, the energy sector is one of the largest contributor, and dealing with the main culprit, which is fossil fuel, is particularly important in the context of Africa, which has called for action towards the 1.5 degree. So focusing on policies, public policies are quite critical in addressing environmental and climate challenges. We need to mainstream environment and climate issues into public policies across, and that we believe is one of the best way to find solutions to some of these challenges across. For sure, the outcome from COP26, particularly, as I said, on energy and specific sectors, will drive climate policies across the world in the coming decade and beyond. Particularly for Africa, we see this as an opportunity to prepare ourselves for the future. The future, as we see it, is transitioning away from fossil fuels and investing in renewables and climate resilient development moving forward. For Africa, a continent that has over 600 million people without access to electricity, 900 million lacking access to clean energy, clean cooking solutions. For us, and many of our countries, also, of course, relying a lot on oil and gas, which are part of the problem. For us, we see the need to eliminate the energy poverty that we face, avoid locking in carbon emissions, and furthering the climate risks that we face, as well as building resilience as being top priorities for our continent. We cannot afford to stay in the dark any long, and we cannot afford to be amongst the cause of the problem, causing climate change to us. With the abundance of renewable energy, the long-term benefits as we see, the cost of renewables coming down, as well as some of the available resources around, I think Africa is well placed to leverage this potential and power its people and become a world leader in renewables. We must therefore, all countries, introduce policies and measures and plans that ensure that the transition, as we see it, is just, equitable, and aligned to the development objectives of our respective countries. What are the challenges as we see them? First of all, what is required by the Paris Agreement goal require large-scale green investments, which are not cheap. Therefore, Africa requires partnerships, investments, new international climate finance to support that kind of transition. COP26 has not delivered that, of course, but we need to work on that moving forward. Without the green financing by the rich countries, I think the world would be disproportionately burdening Africa moving forward with this kind of transition. We also require technology, which is unavailable to many countries in Africa, and therefore much more needs to be done around technology. Importantly, our continent, I think, has special situations that need to be considered. Therefore, all this transition discussion should look at a longer time period for Africa moving forward. When it comes to public policies, we cannot, of course, entirely trust government to do everything. We see economic interests taking the center stage and moving away from the core interest of ensuring environmental safeguards and pursuing economic developments. Therefore, I think, as one has said, civil society and private sector have to play a key role. I also wanted to state that, you know, the double standard shown by wealthy countries is also not helping the discussion around energy transition, particularly when you see restrictions for fossil fuel investments in Africa, and unfairly looking at that when it comes to what is happening, for example, in the rich world. I think that is not sending the right message politically. Moving forward, Africa is faced with this challenge. We are ready to work with the rest of the world, and we see the need for enhanced engagement and collaboration moving forward. And we see COP27 being the African COP coming next year would be a great opportunity to catalyze action and deliver ambition for vulnerable communities. In conclusion, just saying that, you know, with the steps forward from the Glasgow Climate Pact and the Paris Agreement in full implementation mode, it's time now for everyone to act, and let's expedite the just and equitable transition to the 1.5 temperature world. Thank you.
Many thanks, Fatuma, for this very interesting contribution. I'm sure we'll get back to you with some questions later on. I would like now to move to Cynthia. Cynthia, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Cynthia. So let me, okay, so you see properly. Okay, so in my case, I would like to make this emphasis related to the Glasgow Pact. Of course, we have this once again the reminder about which is the vulnerability of in the Mediterranean and Africa to the climate change. So of course, Africa is one of the continents or the areas in the world that will face the most of the more challenging and hazardous aspects related to climate change, like water scarcity, food security, ecosystem fragility, or and that will require enhanced governance and resilient capacity. So in this sense, in EMEA, we have been discussing about and which would be those more relevant aspects about this climate pact. So I will highlight, first of all, about taking as a common concern climate change of humankind and the relevance of ensuring integrity of all ecosystems. And this is important, precisely linking what Conal, Nathalie, and Fatuma was saying before, but how to deal with this nature, the value of nature. It's relevant to have it on the mindset. But also the urgency of scaling up the action through finance, capacity building, and technology transfer, and how to speed up investment on climate action, as Fatuma was pointing, and which financial mechanism are the more feasible and that properly reflect the climate vulnerabilities in the concession of resources. For me, this summarize one from the climate pact, the most relevant, and why? Because also it was mentioned the urgency to further integrate adaptation into local, national, and regional planning. Because of course the way that we implement the measures, it's relevant, and going from the abstract indicators and the abstract part of the targets, now then this has to be faced and has to be translated into local on the ground. So in this sense, urban model, I think it's one of the topics that I wanted to highlight into the discussion, because of course already my colleagues already mentioned, Africa is one of the areas with a growth, I mean, very rapidly and quickly growth on population. So all the urban settlements are having a very increasing number of population. So all these settlements will require not only the criteria for a more green transition, but also in a sense of the urban model that they are producing, to not again repeat the errors that in other countries or in other areas have been done. So in this sense, I just wanted to make a parenthesis about the density. So this chart just to give you an overall look into how the different cities all over the world have a different density, and this is very related on the land use model and the occupation and extension of cities. And finally, this also represents and has a linkage to the mobility patterns and to the infrastructures that will require to have. So the level of compactness of the urban model, it's important. And finally, how we mix people and activities. So what happens in African context? Just to compare a few of the most populated cities like Lagos, Nairobi, or Johannesburg, you can see if we compare it like with Delhi, actually Lagos, it's a more dense area, or comparison with New York or Los Angeles. So it's important to have why? Because in the way of going again to the ground and establishing which are the best practices or the way to address, for example, like Kono was pointing, the natural-based solutions, it's important to understand the different concerns that the size and the scale will represent. So, and of course, all the infrastructure that this will require. Fatuma was pointing, it's not cheap, no, but because because there are important investment involved, and it requires also the link to the planning, having the proper space for the mobility networks, for the energy, renewable energy supply, and also for the water treatment. There are big infrastructures that they have to be well designed and well planned, and not in a short term, but also in a long term period. So in this sense, and especially for the energy transition, because now everybody is talking about how to speed electrification. So that means, okay, electric vehicles, okay, windmills, but this also has a constraint about how we fairly share with the agriculture crops, with the rest of the growing expectations. But mainly also on how we address the connectivity between the different spaces. So this how can I say, the way that we finally address the different aspects, then you have to go and back and again into the different skills. And another important thing to consider is not to have, which is the limit that we have. Okay, Africa, of course, is growing, but all the planet has a limit. And I would like to make the mention of the very good work of the Global Ecological Footprint Network, because at the moment, I think it's a very clear way to understand which are the limits or the balance between the development, the consumption of the resources, respect the biocapacity of the territory. That means that if we have we cannot, you see all the red areas, they're already exploding the resources they have according to the biocapacity of their territories. And that means that they have to look into other territories to feed their demands. In the case of Africa, we still have some of these areas with a superavid, but for sure, this requires a good management of these resources in order to really have the benefit and to achieve to guarantee the minimal and the basic necessities of the local communities. So when we talk about resilient urban planning, of course, we're talking about land use and mobility model of how we extend and meet the demands between the resources in balance with this biocapacity. to have a sense of the compact urban model rather than a sprawling and extensive models, to have a proper territorial connectivity, and to have a well-proportioned mixed use and proximity to services. Another layer, it's biodiversity and the metabolism. So here, what Conal already was mentioning, the integration of natural waste solutions and all these infrastructures that link water, energy, waste management, and the conservation of ecosystems. And third, last but not least, the social and health. So how we can enhance community awareness, ensure healthcare services and the basic services like education or cultural. Why? Because I agree, part of the successful addressing any type of behavioral change will need to be driven in a positive way, not to address and to invite and seduce people to also believe that the change is possible. So in this sense, just allow me to say that the urban model also it's relevant, because if you care about creating public spaces, this could be a very initial seed of how you can build this new community based on green transition and in principles. So this is just an example here in Barcelona of one of these making new places that has been developed. But for sure, this could be in a different way established and identified. But the main aspect or the main asset is how to enhance the community belonging and the connection in this. Or the creation of multiple activities. In this sense will be how to link reducing the car use and pacifying the public space. But you can have plenty examples of these involving citizens and people. So in that sense, just to finalize, I would like to show you, to present you an initiative that we are launching in EMEA, in the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association, called Sustainable Transition Initiative, that we are focused for the Mediterranean and Africa. And basically what we aim to foster and to encourage is a systemic and transformative thinking, because we truly believe that the transdisciplinary approach will help us not only to understand the different points of view on the different thinking, but to align and to be able to speed up transformative actions. In that sense, what we are describing the STI pillars of the initiative, first of all, territorial resilience. It's relevant to have to meet the urban metabolism with territorial planning, as well as natural waste solutions that deal or enables to deal resilience and well-being. This all is related, especially with urban greening, agroforestry, and this nexus approach. Also, relevant to have the green transition. We will say the territorial resilience fit us on more in the physical planning, related also to the communities. Then the green transition, it's more related to the activities and how the economic activities and the business models, how we can build a roadmap for a greener business models, and set the basis of what is necessary to highlight according to reuse and repair actions, industrial symbiosis, and a scoring system for green businesses. And the third pillar will be how to encourage sustainability leadership. And this is also related with the aspect of not only empowerment of communities, but also to have the entrepreneurs, women, youth, the key actors that can enable this behavioral change and the force drivers that we need for now and for the next generations. So in this sense, it's the initiative, it's focused on how we are going to drive the Academy, Sustainable Business Management Academy, and the multi-level stakeholder engagement. So with this, I will just finalize, just mentioning and making again the relevance of having a broader scope of what we are, what we can do, linking the different scopes, and having, I mean, also learning from the other experiences, but also identifying which are the potentialities in each region. So thank you very much, and I will be pleased for making some of the comments and debates.
Many thanks, Cynthia. Very interesting inputs, and I think a lot of complementarity. I have actually quite a lot of questions. In any case, I would like to invite everyone who is listening to raise the hand, or maybe type in the question in the chat in case you would like to ask questions. I have a couple of questions. Actually, I have even more, but let me start with the first one. My main focus is the EU, and the whole debate about climate has reached levels which I have never seen, if I have to be honest, in the last 20 years. And many of you may be aware of now that the Commission has put in place a big plan for to relaunch the economy and to make the economy more resilient. And this includes a substantial investment aiming at greening the economy. And here, for me, the question, a natural question, which actually goes back to what Connell said, but also what Fatuma said, is the role of the governments and the role of markets and private agents. Now, the debate I'm seeing in Europe is mostly focused on the role of governments in making investment or providing subsidies basically to the industry. I think Fatuma also mentioned the role of governments in leading the process. Connell highlighted more the role of markets. I think this is extremely interesting. I would like to invite you to maybe to share your thoughts or make any comments on whether there is complementarity, whether there is crowding out effect between private and public sector when it comes to investment, or maybe a certain degree of public investment is actually necessary in order to start the process. Connell, would you like to share your thoughts on this, maybe?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. You're exactly right. I think this is a key issue. I tend to think that there are complementarities between the public sector and the private sector here. I'm always sensitive to the idea that in the public sector there's a limited amount of both funding and willingness to fund, given that most of our governments are already finding themselves in the position of having overspent. So it would be nice to have governments take a stronger role in financing, but I just don't think that is politically or economically feasible. So we need to find a way to leverage what the governments can do by using the private sector. But that means that the private sector has to find a gain in the investments. And I guess that's why I think that what we need to do is be realistic and say, okay, can we set up an infrastructure PPP or a green energy PPP or something in which both the society is going to benefit, but also the investors are going to benefit. I really liked Fatuma's comments about the financing, because I really think that our big challenge is to connect the sources of financing, which are generally going to be in the rich countries right now, and find a pathway to finance all of these great projects that I think have a lot of both human potential and also economic potential to make that really happen. That's a really big challenge, and that is going to be I think is a hard puzzle to solve, but I think it is solvable. But it is going to have to take the cooperation of both the private sector and the public sector.
Fatuma, maybe in Africa the situation is a bit different because markets are less developed. Any thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. I agree that the public sector needs to play a role importantly, and that is happening in Africa. We see many African countries starting to experiment innovative financing approaches, such as crowdfunding for clean energy and green bond financing mechanisms. What we require more is the governments to improve the policy environment to a large extent that they're trying to do, and create the market-based instruments that's required to incentivize businesses, such as de-risking investments. And that particularly, I think, for large-scale geothermal that we see happening, for example, in Kenya, the government is taking the initial step, but obviously private sector definitely is required. And then the world, I think, overall needs to play a role coming together in solidarity with those who need most to try to tackle this challenge collectively. Thank you.
There is a question from Rima, which I think is very related to what we are discussing. Do you think that the IMF via the SDR should be involved in developing such markets? So do you see a role of an institution like the IMF or maybe the World Bank in developing such markets? Anyone who has a view on this?
I'm happy to jump in. I think that a lot of what we've been talking about is really ideally situated for the World Bank. They have expertise and they have the experience with projects and building infrastructure of various kinds, both the physical infrastructure as well as the legal infrastructure and the human infrastructure to make this happen. So I agree. I think that could be really helpful. The IMF definitely can also play a role here. I think they are increasingly interested in playing a role. I think they, from what I understand, they want to stay focused on their core mission, but that can certainly include creative ways of financing.
And then Rima is also another question, which I think is for you, Cornel, which is about how actually can a market of nature-based solutions be developed fast? That's, I think,
that's a beautiful question, and that's one that my colleagues and I are asking all the time. The key connection, again, it comes back to cooperation between governments and the private sector. The governments are the ultimate owners and the stewards of the natural resources that are within their territories. And so they need to be comfortable becoming partners with private sector market developers. And so that is really the challenge. Can we build enough trust and build the markets right and build them with the right assurances so that we can create that connection between investors all the way through to nature-based markets that actually can guarantee conservation, restoration, and the protection and redevelopment in many cases of natural resources. So what it's going to take is a really serious kind of pilot case where governments are willing to take that risk, if you will, to partner with the private sector to try to develop that nature-based market. That's something I'm incredibly interested in, and hope that we can be successful in creating that. That is really the quickest path. It goes right through the government.
Another question from Reem, which I think that can be extended also to Natalie and Cynthia, because both of you mentioned resources and limits in resources. And then the question is, should there be a cap on natural resources extraction? Cynthia or Natalie wants, Natalie, please.
Natalie, if you want to start.
Yes, I can start. At COP26, several commitments were made to reduce greenhouse gases. And in this regard, more than 100 states committed to reduce their methane emissions. This is what they call the Global Methane Pledge. And they decided to reduce it by 30% by 2030. I know it is not now, but it's at least a commitment. And also an agreement on coal was also reached by nearly 200 actors, states, financial institutions, companies, to exit this industry by 2040. Regarding fossil fuels, The topic was for the first time explicitly raised in the climate talks in COP26, and the phase out of inefficiency fossil fuels is mentioned in the final decision. Now, if I go to the ocean, because this is where I work, the ocean continues to be an important source of fossil fuels. Currently, 37% of oil production and 28% of gas production are extracted from the ocean. To protect the ocean while meeting global energy requirements, governments need to adopt and enforce policies that support the integration of different energy sources to ultimately change the energy mix, enhancing the production of energy from non-fossil fuel sources and away from ocean-sourced fossil fuels. Ocean renewable energy provides an emerging alternative to fossil fuels and comprises energy extraction from offshore winds, tides, waves, ocean thermal gradients, currents, and salinity gradients. Other potential sources of marine renewable energy include algal biofuels.
Thanks very much. Cynthia?
Yes, I absolutely believe that a kind of limit to the use of resources should be identified. But of course, I will say more more close to the territorial development. So probably not in a national level, or you can gather and have a national final statistics, but the complexity of the territorial, like a water basin or the renewable energy sources that you can find. Of course, they can be shared. A percentage should be shared, but a percentage, a relevant percentage should be also addressing to the more local population. That means if we want to, now for sure you have been hearing this concept of the 15 minutes city. Finally, it's what we always called the proximity to services, how to enhance the proximity of kilometer zero products, for example. So that means that not to avoid having crops, but having the connection and the markets as much as possible closer to the final users. So that means for energy also, all this deployment of renewable energy communities help not to avoid the grid, but to lower the pressure of distributing in a long distance. This is my point. So getting closer the resources, it's good. Of course, we have trade, and part of the economies depend on this trade. So the only thing is that on balance, we should aware to not being selling our basic products that are for a basic living for our own citizens, if I am in a national point of view. So because on the global value chain, you can see sometimes absurd that from Mexico, a country living of corn and the basic product of the diet, then you have to import. They have to import because most of the corn it is selling to biodiesel. This is not. This is insane. So I think that of course, having a more precise and more knowledge about the monitoring of the natural resources that you have, even if it is biodiversity as well, it's necessary to yes, to give a value, but to also give the proper use of it and to have to lower the demands in other sense.
Many thanks for this point, but maybe a follow-up question, which is a bit more trickier, and I get inspiration actually from RIM. I mean, one of the issue, I'm an economist, so I cannot prevent myself from this kind of considerations, but if you put a cap on resources, you are limiting the supply. If you limit the supply, the price is going to increase. And basically already now in Europe, and actually also in other countries, we are experiencing increases in energy prices, still fossil, essentially in gas and oil. So how do we strike the balance in all this, which I think it's a fundamental trade-off when we discuss actually climate and energy related issues, short-term costs versus long-term benefits. Anyone would like to kick in this discussion?
I think that the answer is one of the things we've been talking about among all four of us on the panel, which is really innovation, finding innovative ways and encouraging innovation that actually makes the alternatives much better, faster, cheaper than the fossil fuels. One of the things that comes to mind during this conversation is that by participating in better designs of cities and encouraging the local entrepreneurs to find solutions that are tailor-made to the local community, those are the types of things that are really going to be successful. So I agree. It's ironic in the case of Europe that since you brought it up, that part of the reason why energy prices are rising right now is because the renewables that were put in place because of a fluke of weather are not producing as much energy as they did or they were expected to. And then so the backup fossil fuels have to step in unexpectedly. So part of what we need to do in the green transition is to think about the complete system and how we can have renewables backing up our main sources of renewables, so to speak. So again, these are sources of innovation that we need to encourage and keep going. I mean, one of the great progresses that we've made is the phase out of coal that Natalie mentioned, and that's a fantastic development. And a lot of it is possible because of the innovations in terms of wind and solar and other alternatives that have made the price of these things come down so far that they outcompete coal. And that would be the ideal situation. And that's really what innovation delivers.
In fact, I hope that is exactly the outcome of the high prices of oil and gas today, because I think one of the problems, in a sense, was a bit of myopic view of policymakers in the years when gas and oil were extremely cheap. And now this is, I think it's a bit of a price to pay of a too myopic approach. There is, and just to complement, I actually agree very much on the thinking of alternative solutions. I mean, innovative approach, not only in terms of new energy resources, but also thinking in a new way where basically more human-centric approach to the design of cities becomes actually the driver compared to the old model. And on this, I have my question is, to what extent perception about risks associated to climate change, but also awareness of the cost of the long-term cost of climate change actually contribute to make this new model acceptable and therefore working? Because civil society was mentioned several times. My sense is that until there is not full understanding from the side of the public that this is what we need and what we want to move to, policies are not likely to take us very far. So that's why I'm speaking about awareness and understanding of different perception about what actually climate change can entail. And that the question is, how can we make people aware? How can we make people understanding? And this is, I think, it's even more a challenge in South Mediterranean countries and probably in Africa. That's a bit my sense. But even in Europe, some people are in full denial of the situation. So there, I wonder whether other policies beyond innovation, beyond investment, actually it's more in really making people understanding are actually necessary. Anyone who has ideas or any thinking about this?
Yes. Thank you very much. I think totally agree with you that government plans and policies are key components, but will not be sufficient by themselves. So we need to ensure effective and enhanced public engagement and participation in addressing the challenge. For us, I think the vulnerable communities and societies, particularly women and other actors, need to play more active and change agents role. And then we need to they need to be aware of the risks, acquire the knowledge and the options that are required to respond effectively, and we empower them to do that by themselves. So their active engagement would be critical. They need to be informed, they need to be consulted, they need to be involved and empowered as the general public. Various stakeholders find ways of, by themselves, engaging in discussions. But importantly, I think we need to create spaces at the civil society level, at leadership level, at experts level, so that we have communities of and agents of change all over, at all level of communities. I think that will be required. Whether it's civil society, of course, that space is required within civil society to play that role, but within government to ensure that that mindset in the leadership, particularly in the departments that lead the environment and climate decisions, I think that needs to happen at the government level, at the leadership level, and at experts level. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Conan, would you like to add on this?
Yeah, I would only amplify what Fatuma said. I completely agree with her. And I think that we find that letting people tell their own stories is just incredibly powerful. So not just worrying about climate change and giving people facts, but showing people, letting people tell the stories about their lives and livelihoods that have been affected by climate change. On the negative side, on the positive side, to have people tell their stories about successful innovations and things that they've done. I think those things are going to, we have to have a change of mindset, as people have talked about numerous times during this conversation. And one of the best ways to do that is to do what human beings do. We tell stories, we show people examples, and that helps people become better agents of change.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And just to add to this, Cynthia, because, and I think that participatory processes also need to improve in order to have this more equality of the different actors that are involved in the transformative actions. Because it's true that the public, and this is at the beginning we were talking about the from the finance point of view, but also from the governance point of view, there has to be trust. There has to be built trust between the public and the private, but also the co-responsibility of the different actors, and to understand which is your role in this road and this green transition or in the transformative process. Not everything has to be under the governments. Not everything has to be under the private. So it has to be well understood, an equilibrium between them, and also to encourage proactive communities, proactive societies, in order to that they have good information so they can build their own opinion and build their criteria, so they can also have a good exchange of ideas and propose things. So I think in that sense, I truly also believe that there is a more positive path building a society more understandable about which is the role of each part, of each actor.
Thanks very much. We are going to reach the end of the session, but I have a question. I realized that no one has mentioned COVID. I can't believe having nobody spoke about COVID. So I think I will have to do it. And I have one question. Do you think the COVID crisis may have an effect, I don't know, either positive or negative, so amplifying a trend which is already ongoing, or maybe work as a break when it comes to climate change or fighting climate change? Any view on?
Yeah, I think I did. Yes, I'm sorry if I stepped, but from the urban planning perspective, of course, have a huge impact on all those months that we were locked down. We realized that first the relevance of our own private spaces, how we live, how we share with our own families or our own closest persons. And then we also realized the relevance of the public and collective spaces. So in terms of how we build this society or the future of or a more greener society, in my point of view, it was an exercise and an experiment of no movement, no displacement. So really going into the very basic status. So of course, it's not a nice experiment to go back, but I think that it makes and all the cities actually, a lot of them that they have, hidden on the desk, mobility plans, bicycle plans. Now they took and say, hey, remember that they have this thing, so let's go. And the speed up of at least bicycle path lines and gaining pedestrian spaces on cities, we see Paris, a lot of Barcelona itself, a lot of cities that they speed up. So for sure, in my opinion, in terms of the cities and the design and urban planning, it was relevant.
Colonel, maybe when it comes to markets, let's say the role of markets in supporting a certain change or even your nature-based solution, do you think COVID may have an impact?
Well, I certainly think that the pandemic has proved to be a time of introspection for a lot of people to really reevaluate what they care about. It was unpleasant, but it was a break from the normal routine that allowed people to think more broadly about what is really important to them. And so I agree. I think that people have been in a reevaluation process. I think they're more open to thinking about different ways of going forward in the future. And I'm really hopeful that includes thinking more deeply about climate change and what all of us can do. I think I really liked a lot of Cynthia's ideas that she expressed on this, and I really hope this is a beginning of a longer term trend.
Fatuma, do you think there may be a change in priorities because COVID has brought in new ones?
Of course, I think from the African perspective, it's brought different sets of challenges. And with that, I think African governments, we've seen many moving, reorienting their economic policies and having limited physical space and capacity to respond to climate change. We've seen a bit of reduction in renewable energy investments or projects in some LDC countries in Africa. But I think on the other side, presents a lot of opportunities as we try to build back better, ensure we have more green investments going forward, ambitious NDCs coming forth. I think those are opportunities, and considering that, the green transformation in Africa, for example, we're looking at provides a lot of other economic benefits, sustainable development benefits. And I think that should be brought forth to the discussion as well as we rebuild back better. Thank you.
Thanks. Natalie, maybe your comments on the Mediterranean.
Yes. The Mediterranean region attracts 33% of total world tourists, making it the world's leading tourist destination. With COVID, this source of revenue may decrease. The governments will have to consider the changes due to COVID and the need to adapt development pathways, including climate targets, and be nature friendly if they want to protect planetary health and human well-being. Taking action now gives more chance to survive and thrive. Thank you.
Many thanks. I think we have reached really the end. I would like to thank you all. This discussion has been extremely informative and very pleasant. I think we managed to range from mobility plans in cities Okay, welcome back. I think we might have a small technical issue with Cynthia. So I think we are coming now to the end of the 2021 EMNES Annual Conference. To close, we will announce the EMEA EMNES Best Paper Award. So the co-chairs selected 5 papers from the 14 papers that have been presented during these 2 days. And they were considered for the EMEA EMNES 2021 award. So the award is provided for the best papers that make the highest contribution to economic analysis and policy relevance in the Mediterranean and Africa for the post-COVID-19 recovery. Now, the awards are funded by EMEA and EMEA Foundation. And at the beginning, when we started the evaluation, we agreed to give 2 awards. But then, because of the very high quality of the papers, we will provide 3 awards. And then each one of them will be worth 2,000 euros of research budget to continue the research under that specific paper. Now, the following papers were pre-selected. So it's 1 paper on the contribution about COVID, ESG, and stock market, which was presented yesterday. Of course, the data of that paper, it's the US, but we thought this could be replicated for other countries in the region. The second paper, it's about the debate on public and private investment, which was presented yesterday. The third paper, it's on capital development under collateral constraints, which is also very interesting in the Mediterranean African region. This was presented today. The fourth paper, it's on human development and decentralization, was also presented today. And the last paper, it's on cooperative inclusion and survival of companies during COVID-19, which was presented today. So the evaluation subcommittee included members of EMEA, Cynthia Al-Sidi, that you have already heard, Barbara Cassou, who was sharing one of the sessions yesterday, Giovanni Ferri, he's a professor in Lumsa University, Bertrand Condalin, who has shared the session today, and my 2 colleagues, Yegane and Sandra, and myself. Now we are going to announce the 3 papers who received the highest scores for the awards. The first paper, it's by Ronald Miranda Lescano, Leonel Muinello Gallo, and Oriol Roca Sagales on human development and decentralization, the importance of public health expenditures. I congratulate the researchers for the great research they have provided, and we encourage them to continue the research of this topic, also including data on COVID-19, so the data for 2020 and 2021. The second paper, it's on capital development under collateral constraints, the impact of investment subsidies under non-homothetic preferences between capital and labor. So this paper is co-authored actually by Rebecca Maria Mari from the London School of Economics in the UK. So this paper has a lot of potential. It needs, of course, to be reviewed based on the comments of the discussant, but it has a lot of potential for also being published. The third paper, which is, I thought, very interesting, particularly on the data that has been collected, and also at the same time, it can offer a very interesting case studies for other countries in the Mediterranean and Africa to follow. And this is on the role of cooperatives in enhancing social and economic inclusion, determinants of turnover growth and survival. And this paper is co-authored by Najat El-Makawi from University Paris-Dauphine and Sarah Lukili, who is also from Paris-Dauphine. So I would like to congratulate all the researchers for the quality of their work, and certificates will be sent to all of you, and more information will follow by EMNES team. Now, after this announcement, I would also like to remind you all that all the papers that have been presented during this conference will be offered the possibility to be published as EMNES working papers. So the information will be sent to you soon. And also, if the papers are not already published, they could be considered in the special issue of Applied Economics Quarterly, co-edited with the co-chair of the conference, Cynthia Al-Sidi. So please, if you have not published your manuscripts, you could consider this possibility in the next couple of months. Finally, I would like to thank the scientific committee of the conference, the chairs, the presenters, the discussants, and all EMNES, EMEA, and also the logistical team to set for the great organization of the 2021 EMNES Annual Conference. And then hopefully in 2022, we will see you face to face. And then I wish you all Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and wish you all stay safe, and I'll see you all next year. Thank you all. Thank you very much also from my side, and goodbye everyone, and see you. At least we can say goodbye. And
thank you very much, everyone, and I'm very happy also
all
about the result. And
congratulations, Najat.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations to all of you, because it's our work.
And Ronald, congratulations.
Yeah, Rebecca, Ronald, and Najat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you for the award.
Let's hope all will be together in the next one.
Yes,
Or in SEPS there.
Bye.
Sure.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you so much, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Bye.
Merry Christmas. Bye.
Bye.